There's a couple of seats up in the front. There's 4 actually, if anybody would like. There's 2 in the front and 2 up here, if anybody would like to come up. If you'd like to make a public comment tonight, there are comment cards in the back table for anyone wishing to make public on any items on the agenda tonight or just general public comment. There are comment cards in the back. And you can bring the comment cards back to me. Thank you.
Oh, and now it's on. I got it. Yes. All right. We are going to call this meeting to order. Para traducción en español, favor de referirse a la 5ª página de la agenda. Vice Mayor.
Let us stand for the flag salute and remain standing.
Thank you for our city, the city of Riverbank, 104 years. Riverbank has been here, and we thank you, Lord, for those that went before us and the job that they had done to get us to the place we're at tonight. And then, Lord, as we're gathering in these chambers today, it's our time, Lord, our season to be good stewards with what you've given us. Lord, I just pray, Father, for our council, our mayor, Lord, the city staff, and all the residents that are here, that tonight, as we conduct business, that we would have wisdom in how we approach the bench and the things we say. I pray, Father, that at the end of the day, that all of us would have the same desire to see the city of Riverbank be the best place to live in Stanislaus County, and that we'll continue to be better together, as we ask you for your help in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe.
Here.
Councilmember Fossey.
Here.
Councilmember Call.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pimentel.
Here.
Mayor Hernandez.
Here. All right. There are no agenda changes at this time. Any council authority member has a direct conflict of interest on any scheduled agenda item to be considered is to declare their conflict at this time pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 Levine Act. Any council authority member who has received a contribution of $500 or more within the preceding 12 months from a party, participant, or their agent related to an item on the agenda must disclose that contribution on the record prior to participation in the discussion or decision on the item and may be required to recuse themselves as applicable. Any conflict of interest? All right, we have our presentation, item 7.1, STRGBA update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have just a brief presentation on some recent conversations had at the county level with regards to groundwater sustainability. So I'll wait for my presentation to come up here. So just a refresher for Council and members of the public. Council did approve the following as part of the STRGBA, the Groundwater Use Management Program, which includes developing action plans that need to be implemented by January 2027 for those non-district east management areas, and the well mitigation plan that will assist property owners whose water wells have experienced impacts due to declining water levels. Now, at that time, Mayor Hernandez did request and Council did approve the preparation of a memo that was distributed to the STRGBA board and to Stanislaus County that encouraged communication and collaboration in developing that action plan that ultimately will impact all of the agencies in the Modesto Subbasin. On that same night, the County Board of Supervisors also had their meeting. Now, the Board of Supervisors and the Stanislaus County is the steward for the non-district east management area. The Board of Supervisors also approved those same groundwater use management program. Now theirs included developing an action plan for the non-district east management area who must reduce their pumping by at least 48,900 acre feet. And their will mitigation plan, as I mentioned earlier, that's to assist property owners. In addition, the Department of Environmental Resources shared at that point in time that they would be hiring a third-party consultant to develop that action plan and reviewing conflicting studies that currently exist regarding groundwater pumping and recharge. Supervisors Condon and Withrow will participate as part of continued discussions of the development of that action plan for non-district east. There is a desire to ensure that urban ratepayers were not subsidizing the out-of-district agricultural wells and that any cost recovery should align with the responsibility of impact. What does that mean? That means that if there are fees and to be paid any fines or penalties for over extraction, that it be the responsibility of that management area to handle those fines and that not be a shared cost between all of the other management areas. Now, we do have representation on these continued discussion, which is now being framed as an ad hoc committee. So our representative on that is Councilmember Kaw. So she will be joining Supervisors Condon and Withrow at their first meeting on April 30th. Now, on March 25th, there was a County Water Advisory Committee discussion on this topic as well. The Department of Environmental Resources for the county presented to the committee regarding the actions of the county and the recent communication from stakeholders, which included Riverbank. This was the distribution of the memo. One of their slides reflected that they had approved their groundwater use program on 127, and then the GSA approved that on 128. They were looking at equitable sub-basin wide approach, and that the framework to allocate the sustainable yield to the management areas would be looking at something that is proportional based on the total land area or overlying area. They want to make an allocation that's simple, that accounts for de minimis municipal users and recovery of developed supply, that gives more water to areas that need it the most, and that's respectful of water rights, and that's collaborative resource sharing. So this, in my mind, goes against their statements that Riverbank handles its own water and therefore has not been invited to be part of past conversations, yet what they're presenting to other boards is the fact that we need something that's equitable on the sub-basin as a whole, not specifically to that non-district east management area, which is having the overdraw. In addition, some additional comments made during that meeting is that Riverbank and Stanislaus County are each identified as stewards for the non-district west management area. Department of Environmental Resources staff clarified that each steward is responsible for management and oversight of their jurisdictions, that the county does not oversee Riverbank, and it may seem we are co-stewards in the non-district west, but that we are not partnering to oversee the management area together, and the county only oversees those county areas that are not within city limits. As I mentioned earlier, these statements appear to be in conflict with the desire to maintain a collaborative resource sharing as part of the groundwater management plan. One of the last comments made, one of the members commented that Riverbank, Modesto, and Oakdale should also face extraction fees, not only the non-district east, as we are also contributing to the decline in groundwater as it has a cumulative effect, which makes this just as an important piece that we've been saying since the beginning, that we want to make sure we are part of those discussions. On March 11th, there was a STRGBA meeting where they approved the agreement with Self-Help Enterprises for implementation of that well mitigation program that everybody else adopted back in January. They also had an annual report which presented to the board the fact that the Eastern Principal Aquifer, that's the one I'm going to focus on, 27% of the wells were below the minimum threshold. Now there's an area where if they're below the 33% threshold for at least 3 seasons, then they become of significant impact. But at this point in time, it is at 27, which is fairly close to that 33% number. So that, of course, will continue to be monitored. The board also received an update from Stanislaus County Department of Environmental Resources. The presentation was similar to the presentation that the Water Advisory Committee also received. And once again, the county reiterated that the county does not oversee Riverbank, who is a steward for itself. We do have a representative on STRGBA, that is Darren Smallin, who's our Public Works Superintendent, and he reiterated to the STRGBA board the city's desire to continue to be part of these conversations, and once again shared the memo that came from the city council to the board. So future updates, ad hoc committee updates will come from Councilmember Call. Any pertinent STRGBA information as the non-district East Action Plan is developed will be shared, and any pertinent Water Advisory Committee information that affects Riverbank will also be shared. So we'll be monitoring all 3 committees to ensure that we continue to keep council apprised. And that is all for my presentation tonight.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to public comment. At this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council LRA Board. Individual comments are going to be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and time cannot be yielded to another person. Under state law, matters presented during public comment cannot be discussed or acted upon.
Mayor, we have Francis Guevara here.
And I want to make a note, there are quite a few of you, and we want to hear everybody that wants to make a public comment. So for that reason, if we could keep any of the side conversations or sounds to a minimum, we'd appreciate it.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to make some announcements on behalf of the Riverbank Chamber of Commerce. My name is Francis Guevara. I'm actually a manager at Red Robin and one of the directors for the Riverbank Chamber of Commerce. We have a multi-mixer, which is hosted by the Riverbank Chamber of Commerce on May 7th from 5:30 to 7:30. Our business member and host is Stanislaus Veteran Foundation. The event location is the Stanislaus Veteran Center at Coffee and Sylvan near Walgreens. And we also have a workshop coming up on May 14th at the council chambers here on 3rd Street from 5:30 to 7:30. We're going over tax preparation and requirements for small businesses and nonprofits. That'll be hosted by Darlene and Arlene of the TSW, or the Tax Savvy Women. We also have our Riverbank Chamber of Commerce monthly meeting on Wednesday, May 6th from 12 to 1 at the Riverbank Industrial Complex. The mayor, council member, and public are always welcome to attend. We have our Riverbank Chamber of Commerce fundraiser to be held at Red Robin on Saturday, May 9th, all day. So please stop by and support our chamber to raise funds for community events like the Easter egg hunt and the Youth of the Year scholarships. We're also planning a ribbon cutting for the grand opening of Tractor Supply on Patterson near Dutch Brothers, probably a Saturday near the end of the month, and there'll be more details to follow. So the last item, mayor, council members, city staff, and public, you're all invited to the ribbon cutting at Kinfolk located on Santa Fe and 3rd Street for their ribbon cutting on Wednesday, May 6th at 3 p.m. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Duke Cooper?
Mayor, council members, I appreciate your time tonight. My name is Duke Cooper. I'm a 78-year-old honorably discharged Marine. I'm 100% disabled due to service-connected injuries. After 6 years service, I was released honorably from the Marine Corps because of those injuries, and I could not further my enlistment time. I am the founder and former CEO at American Veterans First here in Riverbank. I served 6.5 years there as a volunteer. I'm very proud of our time there. We helped hundreds of veterans navigate the VA. We gave away electric mobility scooters. My team spent 72 days in Ukraine doing humanitarian work for the people of Ukraine, not the army or the government. We hauled mass casualty kits into Poland. We bought a van there and we snuck into the country at night. We were not afforded the availability of weapons. So we went in totally unarmed. We snuck 6 families out that were on a government hit list in the middle of the night. We went all the way up to Kyiv. We took mass casualty kits. We took feminine hygiene products. These people were stuck in tunnels. Terrible time. I'm currently involved in bringing honorably discharged green card veterans back to the United States that were, instead of citizenship, they were deported. Minor crimes, not because we would vet them out hard. If they're been convicted of rape, attempted rape, kidnapping, or mass drug transportation, I'm sorry, we can't help you. So these people, one, we just recently lost him. He was in a park in El Paso, was drinking a beer, wasn't in the military, a beer and having a joint. He was deported for 24 years. Today, the federal government wants to give our veterans psychedelics. I really have a problem with that. I'm the 2017 Stanislaus County Veteran of the Year. I'm the 2020 State Assembly Veteran of the Year for my veteran advocacy. I've been recognized by several entities, from Congressman Jeff Denham when he was here, Chance Condit, several other entities for my work as that. I'm very proud of that. I'm still, I retired in 2023 due to service-connected injuries. So I ask you to bear with me because I'm 14 days out right now from major back surgery, and that's all service-connected. I am starting a new group called American Veterans Voice. We're the voice of those veterans that don't know how to speak to the VA. We help them file their benefits. We help them get them off prescription drugs and get them back to living a normal life. When you discharge in the military, I'm gonna tell you, that's a scary time because you're told what to do, when to do, how to do. And I was very good at what I did, but they beat me up pretty good in the Marine Corps. Fractured neck, I had both knees replaced. And I just, April 14th, had major back surgery. So early in 24, I received a call from City Hall. I was honored to be called and participate in the Memorial Weekend or the Memorial Day celebration of raising the flag. I always brought a World War II veteran or a Korean War veteran with me. When I received this call, I was told that my services were not required. I said, really? Okay. It'd be nice if, make sure you have a veteran do it. What about next year? Your services will no longer be required. Unbeknownst to me, a month before that, an embezzlement charge had been filed against me with Riverbank Police Department by American Veterans First.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but could we follow up with you? Could you leave information on your new organization? And we'll follow up with you afterwards. I really appreciate your service, and I'm sorry, we have a time limit.
Okay.
here.
Yeah, the only thing I'm asking is that the Riverbank City of Action take action and kill the ugly rumor that has spread through Riverbank and the county. I've been here 39 years. I know a lot of people because of that, and I've had a lot of people come to me and suggest I address y'all.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you. Melissa Sandoval?
Yeah, you want to stand over there? Can I start? Or
Yes, your time will start when you start speaking.
okay. My name is Melissa, and this is my father, Robert Sandoval. My father is now 68 years old and lived here on Roselle Avenue his whole life. Our family roots tie all throughout Stanislaus County and some even further. My grandfather was actually the one who helped build this house where we live at here in 1935. The point is, my father and I wasn't even aware of this meeting until my neighbor showed me a letter she received. Just like we weren't aware we were Riverbank until we didn't receive mail. My dad's injections couldn't be delivered, all because it was either lost or my address doesn't exist. Just like it still doesn't exist in emergency services where at times they have to ping our location just to see where we are located when an emergency or outage is reported. My question is for you, Mayor. Why wasn't a letter sent to me about this meeting when this concerns the area where I am living? What happened to the investigation on Roselle and Clarabelle widening project on the failed drain system? Where did my calls go every heavy downpour? Why aren't any of us on the same page? Why was I switched to Riverbank from Modesto and I wasn't notified, but yet people still celebrated? Why are you guys planning on building right across the street where I live when there hasn't been an active drain on Roselle and Clarabelle since 2018 because construction decided not to extend any of the pipelines when widening the roads? Instead of listening to us, they just built over a four-way stop intersection. Any road that was worked on in 2018 that connects to Roselle for the widening project needs to be investigated thoroughly, because leaving residents to flood out purposely continue to do funding is wrong, and it's a violation of our civil rights. Why do you guys only focus on good publicity saying you're for the people when we have been calling every heavy downpour, at times in the highway on Clarabelle, digging our own way out as we're still calling some of you, but instead some of you guys even took pictures and bashed us publicly because of the way our property looked when we couldn't fix anything or even put something in the back, because all of you guys waited until December of last year, 2025, to fix the same pipelines you guys purposely destroyed, and still fixing some of them, leaving us with now we have no running water since December 2025. Why is it only certain people matter and we don't? Why do some of you in the city council have enough time to bash my father and I, but don't have enough to document the failed draining system? Why do you guys abandon us at our weakest moment? Our family who works for the county already took everything from my dad, and we literally have to dig our own way out and call for help every downpour as we got bashed and flooded knee deep. Nobody understands how heartbreaking it feels to watch new houses go up, groundbreaking happen throughout the county, family abandoning you, officials touring the corridor project all in front of you while a new Riverbank sister city sign is celebrated in the same ditch we flooded out at. We deserve a voice and answers, just like everyone in this room does. That's what you guys are voted and elected in office for, to represent the people, not just certain people. Thank you. Let's go down.
Michael Christie?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Hope you guys are doing well. I wanted to talk about tonight, a few weeks ago, the last meeting, I brought up the idea of a splash pad at Silva Park. Then I see online that City of Lathrop is opening up one shortly. Now the City of Oakdale is looking into it. So I just wanted to talk about it tonight. I knew there'd be a lot of residents here from Crossroads area. And this was something, for those of you who don't know, this was approved in 2013 by the previous council, and phase 3 would put a splash pad water feature for kids next to the restrooms at Silva Park. And the infrastructure is there. If you're facing the restrooms, it would be right next to it on the flat grasslands. And so I just thought it's, something that the council can follow up on. I'd love to have a meeting with Councilmember Call, City Manager, and Parks and Recreation Director, if I can get maybe 15 minutes of their time to figure out where, how much money does each park get? I see Castleberg Park, got a big revamp. I see things going on at Jacob Myers Park all the time, but I just wanted to see what the residents in Crossroads, what our options are. Because like I said, I think in 2015, they opened up phase 2, the restrooms and the ping pong tables and the cover at Silva Park, but I haven't seen anything else really happen there since then. So any of the residents that'd like to contact me, and speak up to the council and your district representatives about it, that'd be great. And then Lastly, I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight, and I know it's really hard for you council members. But I do want to say that in the fall of 2005, I got up here, I spoke, I was the only one that thought we needed more public safety, more police officers. The council took me seriously. They listened, they worked together, and I think we've hired one officer since then. I think there's an opening for one more, and there's also an opening for another CS community service officer. So I do know if you come out to these meetings and you speak up, speak your feelings, and don't attack them, that speak to them respectfully, things can get done. So thank you guys for your time.
Mayor, that is all the public comment cards we got for general public comment.
All right. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Riverbank City Council and members of the City Council, Mayor Hernandez. My name is Alexis Chavez, and I just came to give a quick legislative update from the Office of Senator Maria Alvarado Gil. During the past 2 weeks, our team has moved 6 bills out of committee. SB 1162, which is about wildfire mitigation, which passed the Senate Natural Resources and Water. And we're also working on SB 1293. It has to do with Caltrans and our state highways, in order for us to put more signs in the highways that read out messages to our commuters and people that drive our highways. And also SB 1334, which has to do up there with J59, and SB 1382, which passed out of the Senate Transportation Committee, and also SB 1397, which has to do with human mountain lion conflict. I know sometimes we get mountain lions that come down here from the river. So, lastly, the senator presented SB 1234 in Senate Judiciary, which it passed the Senate Human Services, and also she was able to pass Senate Resolution 89, which pro-funded Autism Day in the state of in the state Senate in California. And today I held mobile office hours here at the Riverbank Library, which I was able to help a constituent with an unemployment case. So we usually have those monthly or quarterly. So if anybody needs any help with state services, and our team is looking forward to attending the state of the city on Thursday, Mayor. So we're looking forward to hearing from you and the city and everybody, seeing everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment, general public comment? Or there's none online?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom wishing to speak.
All right. We are going to move on to the consent calendar, items 9.1 to 9.3. Any discussion or motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as is.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We are moving on to public hearing, item 10.1. We have our 6th cycle housing element, where we will consider the following. A resolution approving a general plan amendment to adopt the 6th cycle housing element and to authorize staff to submit the 6th cycle housing element to the State of California Department of Housing Community Development, GPA 01-2025. A resolution approving a general plan amendment of 5 properties from the Industrial Business Park, Mixed Use, Civic, Community Commercial, and Lower Density Residential to Higher Density Residential and Mixed Use. An introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the Crossroads Community Specific Plan, SP1, to add the mixed use designation and to rezone 8 properties from light industrial, neighborhood commercial, public, quasi-public, highway commercial, neighborhood park basin, and planned development to multiple family residential, medium and high density residential, and mixed use. A resolution to amend the general plan land use element to establish a maximum density for the higher density residential and mixed use general plan land use designations. And an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the Riverbank Municipal Code by amending sections 153.067 and 153.071, adding sections 153.166 through 153.169 entitled Regional Housing Needs Assessment Overlay.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. With me tonight to do the presentation is David Nishkinen with JB Anderson Land Use Planning, whose firm helped the city put this document together tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, members of the council, mayor. David Niskanen, JB Anderson Land Use Planning. We're pleased to present to you tonight the six-cycle housing element and the associated implementation actions. This is a process that has been over 2 years in the making when we first started on this project in the beginning of 2024. And it has extensive public outreach and input and over a year of review with the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Housing elements are highly regulated by the state, and there's been so many new laws and new housing legislation that's been passed by the state legislature that it's changing every single cycle. And this cycle has been particularly difficult as it relates to the sites inventory in the arena, as well as adhering to housing element implementation and housing element law in general. Tonight's presentation has multiple components. First, it's the presentation on the actual document itself, the six-cycle housing element, for your consideration tonight for adoption and authorization to submit to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, for final certification and review. The other components include implementation actions from the housing element document itself. Normally, these items would be completed following the adoption of the housing element over the course of the 8-year planning cycle, with certain timing requirements depending on the exact program. However, state law mandates that these actions occur concurrently with the housing element adoption. So that's why the packet tonight is quite large and quite complicated, quite frankly. The implementation actions include site-specific rezones and general plan amendments, and a specific plan amendment to the Crossroads Community Specific Plan to meet the city's RENA obligations, a specific plan amendment to the Crossroads Community Specific Plan to add the mixed-use designation that's part of the rezone program, a general plan amendment to the land use element to establish a maximum density, and zoning ordinance amendments to the municipal code to implement state law related to by right uses, religious institution sites, and amend the mixed-use chapter, which I'll go into detail in this presentation tonight. Just to provide a little bit of background, and you've seen this slide before in other presentations that I've given to you, the housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan. It covers an 8-year planning cycle from June 30th, 2023 to December 31st, 2031. The previous housing element, which was for the 5th cycle, was adopted in February of 2026 and then certified by HCD shortly thereafter. So up until this point, the city has enjoyed a certified housing element, which allows for the city to apply for grants and obtain funding for infrastructure projects and such. But this housing element is for the 6th cycle, so it kind of restarts over the 8-year planning cycle. The housing element, unlike the other elements of the general plan, is reviewed extensively by the Department of Housing and Community Development for compliance with state law. And that's what we've been doing over the last year. And the housing element, just to kind of give you an idea, is a multi-year and multi-step process. It includes extensive public workshops, public outreach. Also, the site's inventory is quite extensive to meet all of the site criteria and the requirements per state law. There's a new requirement that's for the 6th cycle, which is called affirmatively furthering fair housing, and the creation of updated policies and programs that will lead the city into housing development in the next 8 years. These components are then consolidated into a draft housing element that ultimately gets reviewed by the public over a 30-day public review period, and then submitted to HCD for a draft review. We are now at step 5, which is the formal adoption of the housing element. So we've gone through the preparation of the document, the public outreach, the review by HCD, and now we're at a point where we're ready to have a council take action on the document tonight. And then following action, if the council decides tonight to do so, we would submit to the state for certification, which is another 60-day review for the document. And as discussed in the staff report, we recently received a letter prior to Planning Commission that the document as drafted meets all statutory requirements of housing element law. So presumably, if council elects to adopt the document tonight, we would expect that HCD would provide certification for the city.
To clarify, the letter was from HCD directly?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's attached in the staff report. As it relates to public participation, these are all the dates that we've provided public the opportunity to be involved. We provided multiple presentations to Planning Commission and City Council, had a joint Planning Commission and City Council workshop. We also conducted an online survey and then did stakeholder interviews with housing developers, nonprofits, things like that. And then we provided updates to Planning Commission and Council on kind of where we're at. There's also an important component, which is the review periods of the document itself. So the public review draft was available for a 30-day public review back in October of 2024. We also presented it to Planning Commission and City Council for review and authorization to submit to HCD. And then we've gone through 4 rounds of review with the state, and each of those times we're required by state law to make the document available for public review for 7 days. We've received public comments on the document as kind of we go through this entire process. And there's actually an appendix in the document that lists all of the comments that we received with responses. So we've been very careful about making sure that we receive public comment and we respond to it adequately, both in revising the housing element per their comments, as well as addressing the comment and directing kind of them to know where those issues are that they're discussing. Now, the housing element's made up of 10 chapters, and this is all directed by state housing element law. It includes an introduction which talks about the public participation process, what's required in the document, all the way from, and also the housing household and employment characteristics, the AFFH requirements, which is extensive, as well as housing production opportunities, where we take a look at the sites inventory, which I'll go into detail in the next couple of slides. Probably the most important and consequential part of the housing element is the requirement to identify available sites to accommodate the regional housing needs allocation. The tonal arena for the county is first developed by the state, by HCD, and is generally based on population growth, historic population growth, and then forecasting for the planning cycle. The total arena is then provided to STANCOG, which then they establish a methodology for allocating the units across the local jurisdictions. And the final arena plan was adopted by the policy board in August of 2022. And Riverbank is required to accommodate 3,591 units across these income groups. And that's detailed in the sites inventory on how we get to that point, as well as the assumptions we make as far as density calculations for these income groups. And this table is the culmination of that review. It includes the RENA number, which is the 3,591, as well as sites that were identified on vacant land, underutilized land, which basically means that there's additional land that could be developed or redeveloped over the planning period on that site. Sites that are potential accessory dwelling units that would be developed over the planning period. And pipeline projects, which are projects that are approved but yet constructed. So we make sure we capture projects that are underway or under construction or have been approved but not yet developed. And then we also look at the specific plan areas, including the downtown specific plan, Crossroads West specific plan. And then we also, there's a new Senate bill that allows for religious institution sites to develop residential units. So we're able to capture some of those units as part of the RENA. And then finally, if there's, in this review, if there's a shortfall, meaning that we don't meet the 3,591 units in a certain income group, we have to look at potentially rezoning sites, and that's what we're bringing to you tonight, which I'll go over more specifically later on in my presentation. And the site selection criteria, you know, we're not working in a vacuum. We're always looking at the state housing element law to direct us on how to select the sites. We're also heavily scrutinized by HCD and the reviewer that's assigned to us on how the selection was occurred, how we make our density assumptions for each of the general plan land use designations, low density residential, medium, high, and then as well as mixed use. So that includes and is not limited to whether the site zoned for residential use or could be rezoned, available to be developed within the planning cycle, access to amenities, analysis of environmental constraints, including easements, as well as meeting AFFH requirements, and then it's appropriately sized. The important thing to note here is that the city is required to accommodate land that could be developed. The city is not a developer, these units are not required to be developed over the planning period. The city's requirement per state law is that need to make sure that there's enough land to accommodate these units over the planning period. So it's very important to make that distinction.
David, quick question.
Yeah.
Jump back real quick. So the rezone sites, you have a 668 total. So that's out of the 35 acres for the lot square feet. How did you guys come up with, right? We don't have proposed projects on these sites. So how did you guys come up with, we have 35 acres, we're going to get 668 out of that? How did you guys come up with that?
It's based on the acreage of the site and then using what's called a default density of 20 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
And that's a default density is handed down by the state that says, look, your density for this area in the valley for high density residential sites is about 20 dwelling units per acre. And you're able to use that number without having to provide additional detail or analysis if you're going to use a higher number. So if we were going to use something like 30 or 40 dwelling units per acre, well, we have to back that up with real projects that have been developed in the past in this area. And quite frankly, higher density residential sites within the valley, even at 20 dwellings per acre is about what they do. It's very rare that you'll find a multifamily site within the valley that will meet 30 dwelling units per acre. And we've had discussions with companies like Groupie who does multifamily development all throughout the valley. We also, in the document, did a survey of multifamily sites that have been developed in Riverbank, Modesto, Lathrop, Stockton, and averaged out the densities, and it's about 20. So
I'm assuming you're going to go into more depth as far as like the process for the sites that were selected and then removed. I'm assuming that's in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the maps that I'm going to be showing briefly are the sites that were selected. This is a map that shows the vacant parcels within the city. This is a site that are all underutilized parcels, so meaning that there's a potential for the site to be redeveloped or add additional units on the site. And then these are the sites that are selected in the downtown specific plan that are really guided from that plan and the EIR associated with it. And then these are the sites that are within the Crossroads West specific plan. There is existing development, as you know, existing development that's out there. Their homes are being built. So we took the remaining lots within those subdivisions and then also looked at the specific plan to guide us on how many units would become available. And then these sites are the pending development sites. So these are sites that have an existing approved projects but are not yet built. And then these are the housing sites that we've selected over the course of the planning preparation of this document to be rezoned. And I'll have this slide later on the presentation when we go into how those are selected. A number of policies and programs have been updated for this housing element cycle. There's new programs because there's new state law that we have to make sure we adhere to, including code amendments and uses that are now required to be allowed across the state. These are just a few programs that I'd like to point out. First is program 1.1A, which includes the making sure the city maintains the arena numbers that have been presented, as well as complete the rezone program, as well as update the municipal code to address mixed use uses, basically allowing 100% residential and mixed use, as well as require a minimum residential percentage. Program 1.1B is a program for Crossroads West Specific Plan to make sure that that project maintains their higher density sites. Not really too worried about their low density since they're developing right now. And then program 1.1C is an update to the municipal code related to accessory dwelling units, which will happen most likely during the planning period.
So
Now-
question for you on system development, the system development fees specifically for like ADU fees.
Yeah.
Is there a way for us as a council to ask staff to like prepare options to kind of evaluate the fees, to kind of maybe reduce those?
Yeah.
HCD is always encouraging cities to remove the fee barriers. So I
Yeah.
think this would be a good opportunity to
It would
kind
be
of
a
do that.
fantastic opportunity. Yeah. And the code amendments required because there's certain updates that have happened at the state level
Okay.
to that state law for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units that the city has to adhere to. So during that update, that certainly could be the council's direction to staff. Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, this part of the presentation and what I'm going to go out from here are the additional actions that are being requested by staff for city council to implement as part of the housing element. The first is the site-specific general plan amendment and rezones. During our site inventory review, we identified that there's a shortfall for the RENA. So what's required at that point is to identify sites to rezone to make up that shortfall. And we've identified 8 properties with a capacity of 668 units. This is again the map of where those sites are located. Specifically, the shortfall is 559 units, but you want to make sure in this process that you're creating a little bit of buffer in case some sites are developed at a lower density. So there's some area of flexibility with the city per state law. The 8 properties are shown on the map. As part of the selection of the sites, outreach was conducted with the property owners in September, including certified letters. We also had multiple phone calls as well as meetings with property owners. And the site, quite frankly, has been modified multiple times because a property owner is not wanting to do a rezone, and we want to make sure that we adhere to that request. Specific to site number 3, which I suspect a lot of the public's here to discuss, the Glow and Roselle site, which is on the southwest corner. Staff mailed a letter to the property owner, which is Modesto Irrigation District, on September 16th. And then also communicated via email with MID later that month because they had questions related to the existing use. Their question was related to whether or not the existing use can continue as it is today. And the answer in our email communication back with them is that yes, it can continue. The city's not requiring the site to be developed. If MID certainly wants to retain and not sell the site, that's their prerogative. The existing use can remain however long the site enjoys to be there until the property owner decides to develop.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is the implication or the problem if we decide not to have that property included?
So there's a couple of options, I guess, available to the council. I can go over that now or wait till the end of the presentation, but to answer your question briefly, is that the council can direct the staff to select an alternative site. At this point, since we've gone through the HCD review, we would have to amend the document again and send it back to HCD. and essentially kind of triggering another round of review from the state, and then ultimately come back through this adoption process with Planning Commission and Council on that new document with an updated site or sites. So essentially, it's a multi-level process at this point for an alternative site to be selected.
Are there any penalties for doing that?
It's a matter of time since technically the housing element adoption is late. So the state's very keen on making sure that that cities have certified housing elements. And there's certain risks to not having a certified housing element, including the loss of eligibility for grant funding with CDBG grants specifically, and other grants like the Infill Infrastructure Grant Program. Many of these grants require a certified housing element to be eligible for them. And, you know, a good example of a CDBG grant is all the improvements done to Castleberg Park. That was through a CDBG grant. There's a current grant underway for improvements to Pioneer Park. The other risks associated with not having a certified housing element includes developers having the ability to do what's called a builder's remedy, meaning that they're able to submit a proposed development as long as they meet the criteria, and the city cannot require normal standards that would be required of that development, including zoning standards, general plan standards. So developers are able to just kind of submit, you know, kind of whatever they want at that point. There's other risks associated, including risk of lawsuits by the state. The state, HCD has much more policing authority. They're able to direct issues related to housing elements to the state attorney general's office. And there's potential fines and penalties related to not having a certified housing element. So it can be quite risky. We've had constant communication with the state on the timing of Riverbank's housing element, and when we're going to Planning Commission, when we're going to Council, when we're going to be submitting it. So they're very eager to get Riverbank's housing element certified. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Going back to the site-specific amendments, this table illustrates the 8 sites that were selected over the course of the planning preparation of the housing element document. Generally speaking, the sites are going to be going from industrial, mixed use, civic and community commercial and low density residential to mixed use or high density residential. This allows us to use the site for the lower income arena that makes up that majority of that shortfall, all of that shortfall. And so these are the sites that were selected.
Question for you. The civic property owner, were they opposed to this rezone?
They just had questions, and no, they didn't voice specific opposition to the rezoning. Another component of the site-specific general plan amendments and rezones is to amend the Crossroads community-specific plan to do 2 things. One, we needed to update the land use concept map in the document, as well as add the mixed use designation to allow us to rezone sites to mixed use. The next component in your packet tonight as part of an implementation action of the housing element is an amendment to the land use element to establish a maximum density. The Riverbank general plan was adopted in 2009. And for whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure why, the higher density and mixed use designations didn't include a maximum density. This was identified during the preparation of the document, and HCD recommended that one be established to make sure there's a minimum and a maximum range. So what is included in your packet tonight is a modification of language in those designations to establish a maximum density of 40 dwelling units per acre. The next component is zoning ordinance amendments. There's 3 components to the changes to the municipal code that we're proposing. The first is a by right approval process per Government Code Section 655A3.2. The next is a by right approval process for religious institution sites per Senate Bill 4. And finally, updates to the mixed-use CX1 district. This first one is required for sites that were identified in the previous cycle, in the fifth cycle, as well as the fourth cycle. And essentially what this means that if a project includes at least 20% units affordable to lower income sites or lower income households, they're able to go through this by right allowance, meaning that they wouldn't have to go through a conditional use permit, planned development permit, or other discretionary permit. They'd go straight to building permit. The staff still could require them to make sure or require them to provide enough adequate parking, development standards such as setbacks, height limits, and then objective standards as it relates to architecture. But this allows for high density sites that include an affordability component to kind of skip through the process. Then,
Stop you right there.
Yes.
So what would be the difference between the by right and the builder's remedy, other than the fact that one is builder's remedy and the developers can just come in, whereas the by right, I mean, they
Yeah.
both have that affordability option. They both have
Right.
that bypass. So really I mean, they're both kind of risky except for one we have to do, right?
Right. They're similar. The biggest distinction is that with this by right approval process, the city still can enforce development standards as it relates to setbacks, landscaping, those requirements. With the builder's remedy, they're able to go through and basically propose what they want to propose. So they can push the density, they can push height limits, they can push, reductions in off-street parking. And the city doesn't have the land use authority at that point to require it. So that's the biggest difference.
So just to clarify, so even though we.
Oh, yeah.
I could just, I'm Josh Ferinsky with your city attorney office. For the by right, it still has to comply with your general plan and zoning designations. For your builder's remedy, it does not, and it could be anywhere.
But
They can bypass the 40 max cap, right? Correct? On the high densities? They can go up to 50, 60, doesn't matter now, on a builder's remedy.
Right, they preempt any general plan or zoning limitations.
But both kind of give a pathway for affordable housing.
Both have to be affordable projects, yeah.
Sorry, David. There are a couple of presentations printed if anybody would like one in the back by the agendas.
That's okay. No worries. Okay, the next one, and I'm almost done, I promise. I know it's a long presentation, is the by right approval process for religious institution sites. It allows for, if religious institution sites allow for affordable housing, they can go right through the process, the by right approval process. The last code amendment is related to the mixed use zone, which we're proposing to amend to allow for 100% residential, as well as require a minimum percentage for residential on those sites. Now, Planning Commission heard the item on March 31st, and during the public comment, a number of concerns were raised, specifically on the rezone sites and more specifically on the site on Rosella and Glow. In the staff report, we did our best to provide a summary of those concerns and an adequate response. We also included all of the public comments that were received prior to and after Planning Commission as part of an attachment to the staff report, so council can see what the concerns were raised. But essentially, it boils down to a couple of items. First is the compliance with state law with respect to how the site was selected, including meeting the availability requirements, net acreage. The Hetch Hetchy easement runs through the property, so that's a concern that was raised, and the suitability for residential use. And then the other concerns that were raised were regarding future traffic, high density zoning, and public hearing noticing requirements. The response to those comments were provided in the staff report. As it relates to the site availability and selection, it does meet the criteria for the site to be selected per state law. It was also reviewed by HCD through multiple rounds of review. The site was selected actually very, very early on to be a potential candidate for a rezone site. So although, yes, there is an easement running through the property, yes, there is some site constraints, but the site still does meet the requirements to be selected. And also I'll add that, you know, the site is available, but it doesn't mean that it will develop over the planning period. You know, like I said before, the city's not in the business of actually developing the site specifically. It's, you know, providing the opportunity for those sites to be developed, but it's really all dependent on the property owner, whether or not they actually want to develop the site.
Thinking about that Hetch Hetchy project, realistically, how many units could you fit on this?
Well, in the housing element, we calculated that 104 units could be developed on the property. And that's using the default density that's allowed to us by state law.
So why do we have the property listed in our housing plan when the likelihood of it being developed is low?
Well, you could make that argument for any site that's selected in the housing element. And like I said, it's the requirement is to select the sites, but the requirement's not to make sure they develop over the planning period. So even though, yes, the likelihood is probably fairly low, it still can be selected for a site that can be used in the housing element.
And there's no requirement in the housing development plan that it has to be developed.
That's
There,
correct.
it's just on the list,
That's correct.
just on.
Yeah,
Okay.
just on the list. I know it's a little frustrating because the arena numbers, you kind of see this big 3,591 number, and it's almost like fantasy land. It's like, how would the city even actually develop those number of units over the planning period? But those are the sites, or those are the numbers that were given to the city by the state as the number to meet, to be able to accommodate, not develop, but just accommodate.
Now, one of the sites also is the one on Morrell and Jackson. That's
Yes.
correct? Is that one of the sites or not? But I want to use that as an example of a location that's had its zoning changed, but yet we still do not see any building there.
Yeah.
So that's an example of how we can change the zones. Doesn't mean anything's going to happen. Just an example for our citizens.
Yes, that was rezoned as part of the last housing element, and we did have a development proposal come through for an apartment complex there, and went through planning commission and city council approval, and we have not yet seen that develop at this point in time.
So after reviewing and considering all the public testimony, the planning commission voted to a number of actions and recommendations to council. First is to approve the 6-cycle housing element, as well as the amendment to the general plan land use element as discussed.
And
This-
David, sorry to cut you off. Can you go
Yep.
back to, I had a question at the end of that before you jumped to that slide. Go back. So right there at the bottom.
Yeah.
One of the issues we keep hearing is future traffic. With all development, we won't know what the impact is until a project is presented,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Yep. The second item that the planning commission recommended council to take is the approval of the ordinance to amend the municipal code. And the third is the voting to recommend council to take action on the general plan amendment, rezones and specific plan amendments associated with the rezone sites that were selected. As it relates to environmental review, staff is recommending council take action that the site, or that the project is exempt from CEQA as it relates to the common sense exemption, as well as the Public Resources Code 21080.085, which allows for the site-specific rezones to be exempt. Notice of this meeting was published in the Riverbank News on April 1st. In addition, notice of this public hearing was also mailed to property owners within 300 feet of all the rezone sites, both on March 6th, as well as another notice was provided on April 9th. And staff's recommendation tonight is a number of actions associated with tonight's item. First is to adopt a resolution approving a general plan amendment to adopt the six-cycle housing element. And that approval also authorizes staff to submit the document to HCD for certification. The second is to adopt a resolution approving a general plan amendment of 5 properties from industrial business park, mixed use, civic, community commercial, and low density residential to higher density residential and mixed use. Also to introduce and conduct a first reading on an ordinance to amend the Crossroads Community Specific Plan and to add the mixed use designation to that specific plan and to rezone 8 properties associated with implementing the housing element. Another is to adopt a resolution to amend the general plan land use element to establish a maximum density for higher density residential and mixed use general plan designations. And finally, to introduce and conduct a first reading of an ordinance amending the Riverbank Municipal Code associated with the changes to the mixed use district, as well as to establish the regional housing needs overlay assessment chapter. And I'm available to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And so we'll bring it to council and have some comments and questions, and then we'll open it for a public hearing for comments. So did you want to?
Mayor, if I could add a couple comments before deliberation. I think David, did a great job explaining all the facets of this. There are 5 items recommended for approval. Encourage the council to think of those items as very much tied together, and that it's at this stage where we are at in the housing element process, it would be rather meaningless to adopt one without the others. So please think of all these actions together as you deliberate and consider how you'll vote. The other item is this housing element is for 2023 through 2031. We are behind schedule, and David touched on it, but for the residents to be aware and the council members, it gives staff no pleasure to bring something to the council where your discretion is limited, and this is a state mandate. But it is our obligation to inform you where we are at with the law and what the law requires, and we are behind schedule. And those penalties for not having a certified housing element and all the associated rezoning actions are severe, with really having limited discretion if a very high density project comes in that we want a little more control over. Without a certified housing element, we are restricted in what we can do there. As an example, I think you have a home or CDBG grant on your agenda tonight without a certified housing element. Those funds are at risk. And then the state has certainly been more aggressive in starting to impose real financial penalties on the city for not having this. So this is not staff endorsing the state's wisdom and what it requires here, but just so you have all the information and just for the residents to know what the council has to consider here tonight. And just having been behind schedule already, some of these penalties are already in effect just with us not having a certified housing element. So.
And then just to clarify, other funding that it would affect is the PLHA, which is funding, partially the Sierra House as well, correct?
I'm not familiar with that one, but it's not having a certified housing element
Would affect the
a
PLHA.
host of funds at risk.
So it would impact funds that we were already allocated prior to today?
Perhaps not if it's already been committed, but certainly at the very least future funds. But it could be at risk. I don't want to speak to that, but certainly future opportunities and those things that the city might apply for in the future, at the very least.
So to that point, we have been awarded, but I have received no contract for the fund. So yes, they could be at risk as well.
Were there any other questions or comments from council before going to public comment?
So I got one. I'm gonna throw it out there and see if it works. So where'd Dave go? David, you out there? Okay, so as I was kind of thinking about the rezones and how some of these properties were kind of coming off, really it was the property owner saying, I don't want to be on there. And then it was just, just kind of crossing them off. So out of the 35 acres, if we took out the MID civic property, we would have, to meet the shortfall divided by the 29.74 acres. And you mentioned we're at a default of 20 units, we would still meet the shortfall. So can we do that? It's a higher density. It's the default number. Can we do that?
The site on,
It's following all the guidelines. It's meeting the default 20 units.
well, the site
There.
that's on Roselle and Glow is 5 acres. So if you think about it as if we remove that site, we'd have to
So
make
it's
it
a lot,
5 acres.
so the lot square foot side of that is 231,304. So we just took that one off, did the math, and it's 29.74 acres remaining of the 7 lots. So we would still meet the shortfall if we're at the default 20 units like you stated earlier. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, maybe you
Yeah.
can show me because I'm not exactly understanding, but you know, anytime you need to remove or add, it's the number of acres and the default density. So it's essentially if we remove that site, it would be 5 acres that we would need to make up somewhere else, either by pushing the density somewhere else or adding additional sites.
Yeah. So if I kept the 35 acres, it'd be 17.1 units per acre. If we remove this civic lot, it'd be 29.74 divided by the shortfall. We're at 20.15 units, which
Okay.
meets the default units. So I was just curious, just off that, if that would work or not. So just throwing it out there.
But if we were to do that, that would mean taking it back
So even
We would
at the-
still
and
have to.
and having to go
yes.
back to planning, which means we would be late.
So, so if we delay it, even with an option that would work, any kind of delay, my biggest fear is that builder's remedy part, right? So I would hate to see a more impactful project come in where we have zero control.
Right,
That's
right.
that would be my
Right.
biggest fear, plus all of the funding that we've been working on to support like Sierra House and everything else, right? So those are my biggest fears, right? And so even just a modification is a no-go.
Yeah,
That's
well,
my understanding.
Even a modification would require the housing element document to be revised and resent to the state for another 60-day review. So,
But currently the housing element is already late and we've just shown to be a good steward in that we're working towards completing the housing element.
Right.
So going back with this property off of it still puts us in a position where we are right now, where we're working with each CD and we're telling them, hey, we're actively working on it. Give us 60 more days. We're going to exclude one property. Can you go to the table that you have on here? So my question would be, what's the standard buffer? Because not that table, keep going.
oh,
Because you had, I think it was an 11% buffer. So what is the required buffer? Because we have a surplus of 389 units projected and the site on Glow and Roselle is 104. So wouldn't we be able to just leave it off and it put us at about a 9% buffer or 8% buffer?
not necessarily, because where you need to look at is how that site's classified with the income group. So that site specifically, we're counting towards the very low and low income category. And if we remove that site, we would have a shortfall in those categories. Even though the overall, we would still have technically a buffer, we would have a shortfall in the very low and low. That's really what it comes down to.
So between the very low and low, that's 69 units. And then from my understanding, so how are we coming up with these projections for ADU for very low and low? Because if I'm in a helicopter, I see 3,000 homes that could potentially have ADUs where we could
That's
put the
very true.
remaining
Yeah.
40 units. So why couldn't we fluff the ADU number if, we have an 11% buffer and a lot of this isn't really based on
Right.
current trends. So why
Well,
couldn't we do that?
The ADU numbers are based on what's been approved in the past and projected out over the planning period.
For the city or the county?
For the city. Yes, for the city. So we took a look at the last number of years and then averaged it out and projected it over the next 8 years for the planning cycle. And that's the number of ADUs that we're projecting is at 40. There is an opportunity potentially to increase that number, but you have to keep in mind that those numbers are reviewed by the state and they're very, very particular about projecting more than what what is potentially could happen over the planning cycle.
So I know part of the process that has got us here is outreach. So in our HCD conversations, couldn't we say to reinforce the ADU number that Stanislaus County is offering free ADU plans? So we plan to communicate that to residents in order to advertise the ADU part just to grab those 30 units per se.
And that's a program in the housing element actually to do just that, to promote the free building plans that are offered with Riverbank and the other cities in the county that were developed over the last number of years.
So it's fair to say that we could probably put that in our housing element, that we plan to grow the ADU.
It's already in the housing element. Yeah, it's already a program in the housing element to advertise for the ADUs as well as the building plans that are offered for that are available. Yeah, this is strictly speaking the kind of the brass tacks, the numbers that were included in the RENA that we can count towards the RENA.
Okay. So, I mean, I just want to thank you. I know this has been in the works since 2023, correct? I mean,
Started in 2024, but yeah.
And the point is very noted, the point of the process in which we're at this point. So if, and let's pause here, I'll come back to council afterwards. But if we can move on to public comment, we're going to do that. So this is a public hearing and we will open it up for public comment at this time.
The first speaker is Melinda Torres.
Hello, City Council. My name is Melinda Torres, and I've been a resident for over 20 years. My home sits right behind the property being rezoned. When this housing plan was first implemented, the city excluded from the inventory the sites that are planned for schools, parks, and other public uses. So now I'm concerned about what has happened since then. As of today, the city's general plan states the existing City of Riverbank general plan supports its vision of a small town where residents can live, work, and play locally. The city strives to preserve its strong sense of community, protect agriculture and natural resources, and create a balance between housing and jobs. That's been written since 2009. It's been 17 years, and I must say, citizens of the community still desire that for Riverbank, and hopefully the departments and city council desires that too. Obviously, we have seen Riverbank's growth in just the past few years. The planning department seems to be on full speed ahead, but things need to be done with accountability. The rezoning of this property, we all know, is completely ridiculous and cannot accommodate that much housing. Higher density housing should be sitting on 26-acre land, not 5. The rezoning is such a dramatic increase, it's almost made up. And if zoning can be changed this drastically, then it stops protecting residents altogether. It is also my understanding that this property may not ever see high-density homes, but there's never a for sure anything as we sit here today and we now have these fines coming at us. So you never know. So if that's the case, you're submitting plans to the state that can potentially cause more issues that leave the citizens and next city councils to deal with, maybe lawsuits, more fines. Nothing is in writing for these potential properties. Who knows where this will be in 5 years? I love seeing the new growth in our neighborhood. I love what's happening downtown Riverbank and all the new shopping locations that are growing, but I don't want to end up a community where things are not being planned out and just thrown together. They need to be cautious about our city for the future. I still want our city to be a desirable city to live in and not pass-through city that has no meaning. People will start to rent their homes and move away if this continues to happen. So there are 3 things that are being done right now. Taking zoned land from our established community that's meant and planned for our community. Potential penalties for non-compliance for our city. The lack of transparency and integrity of our city. I hope the planning department has a plan B. I am asking you to reject this rezone, delay the decision until there's a real transparency and a plan that fits in our community. If this is approved, then zoning means nothing in the city and the residents are paying attention. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Michael Christie? Michael Christie?
I appreciate everybody being here and participating in the process. I will ask that we remain quiet between public comments so we can listen to everybody equally as we're not sure who's going to say what in the comments. So thank you very much.
Mayor just doesn't want you to clap for me. That's it. Sorry, Mayor. Good evening, Michael Christie. I actually live at the opposite end of Crossroads, but my heart goes out to these families over in that area. You know, there's so many other spots, so many other places we can maybe, you know, come together with this planning and the city as residents, you know, think of other places we can develop at and rezone. So I know it's a long night for you guys, but I will say I've talked to almost 100 people in town that just would like to remove Section 3, the corner of Roselle and Glow, if there's any possibility of just amending it. I feel like we're already behind. You know, other cities like Oakdale and Patterson aren't complying, I guess. They're willing to take the risks. So I just, you know, if we can just come some sort of compromise, some sort of middle of the road, you know, if we could just get rid of Section 3 in that and help the council members, help planning come up with some other ideas for other spots, that'd be great. In addition to the almost 100 people I've spoke to don't want this Section 3, I believe there are over 725 signatures online, maybe verified signatures on the petition to stop this. So I hope the council will take that into consideration. So again, just, you know, give us more time. You know, I don't think this came to planning meeting until March 31st, and give the residents more time to get involved and to help us come to a better solution, a better location for this. Thank you very much.
Melanie Davidson?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name's Melanie Davidson. I live directly next to the property on the corner of Glow and Roselle. I know people are sharing the technical points already about this rezoning, but I want to share my personal perspective on this section. So this pasture is something families experience every day. Kids stop to see those horses, cows, cattle. People walk by. It's in a neighborhood that you enjoy to walk through. And it's part of what makes this area feel like home to us. I have a son. He loves seeing the animals. It's something that he looks forward to being around every day. And it's something that we get to experience and share together as a family on a daily basis. It may be something small to some people, but it's very meaningful to us and our family. And once that section is gone, part of our neighborhood is gone with it. So I hope that this is something that you all take into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan Davidson?
All righty. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jordan Davidson, and I'm a resident here tonight from Riverbank, California, regarding the proposed rezoning of the horse and cow pasture parcel 3 at the corner of Roselle and Glow. My concern is whether this site truly meets the state's requirements of being realistically available and suitable for development. I'm not concerned really about it being suitable for development. I think they've already kind of pointed that out, but it's realistically available. MID has already stated that it's not willing, or it's going to keep the same zoning. They're not doing anything. Does that mean that it's going to be realistically available for housing? If not, then we're not really planning to meet all of our housing needs for the area. And then by definition, a site should be or have a reasonable likelihood of development within the planning period. Based on the city's own responses, the property is expected to remain in agricultural use with no defined timeline for sale or development. The property owner, like I said, has not intended any or has not stated any intent to sell or develop that land. And the site is subject to outside agency constraints that have not been fully evaluated. I know I had seen an email from the San Francisco Public Utility Commission that said that, yeah, you could move forward, but there's going to be multiple levels of review that need to be happened before they even consider building anything there. If that's the case, then is it really been planned out? I know he's saying there's 140 units. Is that 140 units that are going to be able to go and take? Is that being spec'd in to go and be built underneath those power lines and over the current corridors that are being serviced right now by Hetch Hetchy? I don't think so. We are also relying on an environmental analysis from 1997 that was deemed for civic land use, not high density housing. I know he's asking you to go and turn a blind eye to that and use common sense. I don't think that's common sense. Beyond the technical concerns, this pasture represents something meaningful to our community. It is something that families enjoy every day, a place where kids stop and feed the horses and cattle, and something that contributes to the character of our neighborhood. Also, more than 700 residents have already signed a petition regarding this issue, which reflects a strong and growing level of concern in our community. This is not about opposing housing. It is about whether this site is specifically appropriate, feasible, and ready to be used. Because if this site is not truly available or constrained in a way that limits development, then including it does not solve the housing requirement that has been set forth from us by the state. It simply shifts the problem forward that future city councils and future residents of our beautiful town are going to have to deal with. Once the space is gone, it's gone and we do not get it back. I know I have 10 seconds left, but I do also want to say that we should have started this in 2023. This should not have been something that was done in 2024 and now being pushed to us as it's being late. And we have to make a decision now based on a 60-day lead time for us to be able to get another decision on this. Thank you.
Catherine Davidson.
I guess all the Davidsons are here tonight. So I'm Catherine Davidson. I pretty much have lived here my entire life. My son does live next door to the property. My family members have rented the property or leased the property from MID pretty much my whole life since the 80s. So obviously we've seen Crossroads come in. We're not against, new houses, whatnot, but for that property, when you're saying there are 5 acres available, there are not 5 acres available because the Hetch Hetchy easement runs right through it. So basically you can take that 5 acres and divide it in half. And so how are you going to put over 100 units on that property plus cars? Like even if each unit has maybe 1 car, where are you going to put 100 cars? I can't even fathom that. So I just want you guys to please consider taking that property off your list. And like I said, I know there are other properties available in this town that are eyesores in this community that, yes, could be developed on, but that property has been well taken care of. There are people who walk through that neighborhood on a daily basis, including my own grandson. When he's only a year and a half old, but he knows who Bodie is. When he's upset, we're like, "Where's Bodie?" And he's looking around for the cows and the horses. And it's not just my grandson. I've been going there since I was a kid to feed the horses. So please reconsider and take that property off. It is part of our community. When you drive down Roselle, it makes us look like we still are a little bit of country left in Riverbank. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Mayor, that is all the comment cards I received on item 10.1.
And okay, is there any other public comment in person? If you could come up and state your name.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Luis Mejia. I live in the Crossroads neighborhood. I'd like to share a personal story. I lived there for about 15 years now. And about 2 years ago, my house was broken into. So October of 2024, our house was broken into. Luckily, my daughters were not home. And it was traumatic. I mean, they came into my home. This proposed high density place, it's going to back up to Sorensen walking path, which goes right behind my home. This is just going to add density, which with that amount of people, you're just at risk. The corner of the walking path, you guys can see it from, if you drive down the main road there, it gets graffitied quite often. And you'll see my neighbor, he paints over it, but it still happens. You know, the police officers here, they do a great job, but there's not enough of them and they just can't be everywhere at once. So this is happening now. My neighbors will look out for each other, but a couple of weeks ago, we had people going through the neighborhood, door checking, trying to get into cars to take things. So it's happening now as we speak. So I would urge you, please reconsider this. Do not place this high density project in our backyard because it's just going to lead to just more of these issues. We're trying to manage as is. It is just something that we don't need. Please look elsewhere. If you look on the map, there's some areas that look vacant that maybe the city could explore. But I urge you, please help us keep our neighborhood safe. We look out for one another, and we just don't need this extra challenge. Thank you.
There any other public comment person, please?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Erica Wyrick, and I've been living in Riverbank for 20 years. And about 5 years ago, there was a property that opened up for sale in the court that backs up to the property on Roselle and Glow. And we decided to move there from the house that was more in town in the Crossroads community because it gave us the feel of still feeling like we're in the country. Our kids are now married, but at the time we walked to the horse pasture. Our kids fed the horses every day. They nicknamed the horse Polka Dotty, and that's what we did. And now I have friends that have kids that are 5 and 6 in the community that are now walking to the same pasture, enjoying their time with their children, doing the same thing. And like had previously been mentioned, it kind of represents still the feel of being out in the country, which is why we sold our home on the corner of like Squire Wells to move out into that side of the Crossroads community, just because we felt like we were a little bit more in the country. And so asking you to take that property off the list. Thank you.
There's another public comment.
Hello, my name is Rafael Torres. I live in Riverbank. My house backs up to that pasture. So I just want to question, has any city been fined yet by the state of California? My understanding is no. So if you guys can ask that question to the gentleman behind me, has anybody been fined yet? And like Ms. McCall said, if we show that we're trying to do, we're working towards it, will we be fined? Can we ask for an extension without any fines? I know everybody's worried about the fines, but let's ask those questions. Has anybody ever been fined? Can we show that we're working towards it and not risk being fined? So those are questions I would like for you guys to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Anything online?
Hello, Council. My name is Jeremiah. I lease a property from MID. And I talked to somebody yesterday from MID, and they have no plans on selling the property. And I was told that it being a government agency, another government agency cannot come in and rezone another agency's property. So I don't know if you guys want to put all your eggs in one basket, because MID, I don't think they want to sell that. So if you guys are going to do what you want to do, but I don't know. I love seeing my kids get out of the house in the evening and get them out of the house. And I know there's tons of kids and strollers and walking with their parents every day to feed those animals. And I think that's a huge part of the neighborhood. And I don't understand why Riverbank would go after MID's property if they have no intention of selling it.
So, but yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Was there anything online?
Mayor, there's no one on Zoom.
Yes.
Mayor, Council. My wife and I have been married for, was it 5, 6 years now? 7 years? Anyway, I'm a little nervous. Y'all can laugh at me, it's okay. But anyway, my wife and I were blessed to purchase a lot right there on that court. And it was right directly across from the pasture, and Jeremiah and his family, they've been taking care of that property for a long time since we've lived there. And it was actually a big reason why we picked that lot. And we were really blessed as a young couple to be able to build a house there and live there. We're the White House with the big old cacti. We really stand out. But when we heard this was happening, it really was concerning. I get what you guys are doing, and I understand that you guys have your job to do, and I know it's hard, and it's hard for everybody. But that specific property is really special to a lot of people in this room, and we all wish in our heart that, and we hope and pray that you guys really reject this. Nothing against you guys. I know you guys and the state's doing their thing, and it's really hard. But it would take away the charm of this town. You know, a lot of people have said this town still has a little country in it. A lot of people enjoy that. You know, there's not many city folk in here, and if there is, that's okay. You know, but you know, there's a lot of country folk in here that we still like that feeling. And it's just, it matters to a lot of people. And if housing were to go up, and I'm starting to understand how it's impossible, it would just cause a lot of issues, and a lot of hearts would be broken. And I know you guys are scared of the state with I don't know much about that with the fines and stuff, but Raphael had a good question about that's actually some good information to ask, to find out. But as a Riverbank resident, I'm willing to bet and risk my chances, because that property is very special, and I don't ever want to see houses go up on it. Thank you.
Could you give your name for the record, please?
My name is Jaden Webb.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other public comments?
Wasn't planning to speak, but hello. I want to stand and just behind what Boise, Mr. Davidson, Boise State
Just
said.
state your name.
My name's Jill
Thank
Magana.
you.
I've been in the neighborhood for 21 years. I live on Sulky Court. I too love the pasture. My kids are 25 to 15, and I've taken family photos in the pasture with the horses. And I want to stand though behind what he said. If we are here tonight to provide affordable housing for citizens, but we're going to keep repeating that this lot would never probably be built on, so then are we really here tonight to provide affordable housing? That's the message he sent. I don't want the lot built on. I love my neighborhood. I don't want, where's the overflow parking gonna go? I have 6 kids. We have a bunch of cars. Where is the overflow parking gonna go? Where are the kids that are living in the apartments going to play? There's a lot to take into consideration, and we citizens shouldn't sacrifice because of mismanagement of the planning department. And that is how I feel, that oh well, citizens, because we're gonna get fined. Cindy Fossey asked a question, and she said, will there be a penalty if we take it back to the drawing board to remove that property? It was a yes or no question. I don't think you answered it. I think he gave plenty of things that might happen if we prolong it, but he didn't actually answer your question. Is there a penalty if we take it back to the drawing board? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
I'm not very articulate at all. My name is Sandy Van Fleet. But what is 60 days? To put it off 60 days for all of these families? It just doesn't seem like that's that big a deal to wait, take it off, get it approved without it. 60 days isn't that long. I don't understand why this many people plus whatever left. It's not that big a deal, 60 days.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Mayor, Council. My name is Byron Cox. I've been on Black Sand, Cool Water for 21 years when I come out here. And I brought it to you guys' attention before about the Airbnb. Okay, now you guys want to build some complexes on the end right there where all these kids is having fun and doing what they need to do. Have you guys considered, when they build stuff like that, you got pedophiles, they're gonna put them in stuff like that there. You got criminals gonna come to this way. These kids is not gonna be able to enjoy that no more. You're gonna get more crime. So you might as well get a police department sitting here called Riverbank Police Department, because once you build that and start building around here, it's gonna be a problem, a real problem. It's gonna come. As soon as you build that, it's gonna be here. These kids are gonna have no fun. I see a lot of kids, like they said, a lot of kids goes over there and they feed the animals. You're gonna take that away, people. Now you got people coming in, like I told this gentleman here, John, they're coming in from different cities and they buying houses out here and they're making them Airbnb and they going back to what they got. My neighbor here right now behind me, the Airbnb, it causing problems. They throw parties on the weekend. I got to get up and go to work 3 o'clock in the morning. That shit is not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen here. Okay, so now you want to build something else to distract the kids. You got a lot of pedophiles out here and they coming. When you build low income, pedophiles is gonna be on their way because they have nowhere else to put them at. Put their ass by the water somewhere, not where a city where little kids is at and abuse these kids. The kids is most important. These people here gotta live. They almost going in the grave. These kids gotta come up and you gotta raise these kids. You're gonna bring pedophiles, you're gonna bring criminals here to mess these kids up and scare these kids out of the neighborhood. Now they starting a couple of houses around by me, people started selling. They said they don't want to live here no more because Riverbank is coming to fucking, just a fucking city.
Sir, if we can refrain from using foul language.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, it's becoming a city where just people just run through there. It's a racetrack, it's a sideshow. You guys want that? These don't want these kids out here. Me and my neighbor talking about putting up speed bumps because they come by the house at 100 miles an hour. These kids run out in the streets. Okay, and the other person said about the crime. The crime, we had a couple kids walking down the street, walking up in people's gate. Okay, I got signs in my yard now say, protected. What it say is I can't put it right now, but I remember what it said. It's like what I'm saying is a sign saying, beware of owner. And to walk in my house, these kids are just knocking on people's door. They want knocking on people, ringing people's doorbells to run up in people's house. Okay, these kids come in my house, you know what else is gonna happen. And now we got kids, you wanna put up a pastor right there, other thing there. I know I gotta go, but you should not do that.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I am going to close public comment and come back to council for more questions and or comments. Let's go first.
So there was questions about planning department. So I kind of wanted to touch on that and ask about the number of high density parcels since the 6th cycle began. How many have been newly rezoned to high density existing? So what sort of planning has went into achieving these numbers prior to today? Because they asked the planning question and then also the feeling rushed statement about they feel like we're rushing to just rezone and get this established, even though I know we've been working on it for a while. How many properties have we rezoned to high density or general plan amendments to accommodate the number? Because we received 10% of the housing allocation from the county, which put us, I think it was third on the list, third most. So I would imagine that in 2022, 2021, when conversations were coming up about the housing element, planning was doing some things to prepare for this instead of rushing to rezone. And I know we have a fairly new planning department, so it may not be a very quick to answer question, but I'm just curious what sort of preparation the planning department has done coming into the sixth cycle to prepare for this large number.
So to answer your question, Councilmember Call, in the fifth cycle, which was the previous planning period, there was a rezone program for one property. I believe it was about 2.5 acres, and that met the fifth cycle RENA. What's become a challenge with the sixth cycle, and this wasn't really known until the RENA plan was adopted by the policy board in late 2022, which really kicked off the preparation of the housing element, although Riverbank, truth be told, didn't start that process until about a year later, is that the sixth cycle RENA doubled in number from the state. And like I said during the presentation, that number is given to each council of governments and then filtered out to the jurisdictions. Riverbank was given a number of 3,591 to accommodate over the planning period. So as far as how the city can prepare, the city has adopted general plan and associated zoning ordinance, which includes a zoning map. So there's a number of properties that are already zoned and have general plan land use designation of higher density or mixed use that are captured in the document as either being vacant, underutilized, or within a specific plan area like Crossroads West specific plan. The city doesn't necessarily, is not proactive in that way to rezone properties ahead of the analysis, because we really don't know the amount of acreage that needs to be rezoned until the analysis is complete. And that analysis was done as part of the preparation of this document, including all of the potential sites within all of the different categories, as well as the split up amongst different income categories. So to answer your question, no, there wasn't a lot of preparation as part of having a sites rezoned ahead of the document, because we just didn't know how many we really needed until this point, or until the housing element was prepared. And I'd like to also, talk about and discuss that the site inventory was done as part of the preparation, which was the majority of that 2024 timeframe. So the majority of the sites that are on the rezone list have been through the review from the state, from the first public review in 2024 into 2025, as well as through the different cycles of review with the state, specifically 4 different rounds of review through 2025. So, I understand, the public comments. I understand, the hesitancy to rezone properties. It's not a fun thing to do. It's not something that we strive to accomplish as part of the, preparation of the document, but there is a, RENA obligation that the city is required to adhere to as part of the state housing element law. Unfortunately, the number for Riverbank is higher than really it's ever been through the previous cycles of housing element law. Through that analysis, we identified that there would be a shortfall. Now, there are a couple of options available to the council tonight, knowing that the site number 3 is held in such high regard, and that there could potentially be opportunities to look at other sites. So first, one of the options that council can take action on is to direct staff to find an alternative site. That would direct staff to go through a number of steps. First is to physically revise the housing element to remove the site. Also, we'd have to find an alternative site to rezone, which would include additional public outreach. And then we'd have to revise the document itself and then send it back to HCD after a 7-day public review period. The 7-day public review period is required by state law, which allows the public to take a look and confirm that the site has in fact been removed, and then the alternative sites have been selected. Once HCD has reviewed it, which is that 60-day review period that I spoke about, if everything is okay, they would issue another letter similar to the one that's in your packet stating that the housing element meets all statutory requirements. At that point, we would go back to Planning Commission and City Council through the public hearing process, renotice in the paper as well as the property owner notification for the rezone sites. And then once council adopts the document, we would send it back to the state for certification. The other option that's available to the council, in my opinion, is that, we move forward with the draft that's currently in front of council. We allow for that certification to happen so that we meet all the state requirements. But after certification, we go in and amend the document to find an alternative site and then to potentially bring the site number 3 back to its original zoning and GP designation. So that's another option. It would still follow the same process and protocol of revising the document, sending it back to the state, going back through the hearing process, but we would be doing it in a fashion that we're going from a certified document. Now, if council elects to select that first option, we would need to notify the state to let them know that council has made the decision to not adopt the housing element and to direct staff to find an alternative site to make up the difference. And we would need to give them an updated timeline. Whether or not they would, pursue penalties like was discussed earlier, not exactly sure. I know other jurisdictions like Oakdale and Patterson still do not have certified housing elements, so potentially there is time to do that. But I leave it up to council to decide tonight whether or not to go down that path.
So the question was, has anyone been fined to your knowledge? I would say in the state of California overall, because I know there's other jurisdictions that are not in compliance. And then also within the Valley area, has there been other jurisdictions fined for not having a compliant housing element?
Within the Valley and surrounding jurisdiction, to my knowledge, no. Actually, in the greater California, that's a good question. I do not know specifically if any jurisdictions have been fined. Actually, Josh, can you answer that question?
In the Valley, I do not believe so. In the state, yes, there have been a handful of examples, not many. And there's normally been some procedure involved of after consultation, after notices, after they initiate suit. However, we're putting our crystal ball, we're putting our hat on of predicting what the state will do. We don't really want to do that. We want to inform you what the state is empowered to do. So that's one of their mechanisms, and fines are not the only one, right? There's the builder's remedy as well, and then their grant options. So they have this host of enforcement mechanisms. We were not talking about these enforcement mechanisms at the last cycle. So one reason the sample size is small is because all these housing requirements and all these new enforcement tools are new, and that the state has designed these for cities who are opposed to housing element certification. So that's one reason why the sample size is small, but there are some examples of those fines accruing. Whether that would happen immediately, we don't really want to predict too much, but unlikely, but certainly possible, and they're empowered to do that.
What grants? So we talk about grants. I know CDBG, the home, the PHLA. What other, the infill grant? I heard that one. What other grants are we at stake of losing by not certifying the housing element?
Not necessarily at stake of losing, just at stake of not being able to apply. So for example, the infrastructure infill grant, which is something that one of the developments, the Lucky House development, was looking at applying for in order to help them bring infrastructure in to their development, which of course is able Because it is a grant, they would be able to keep their costs low for their construction. And it doesn't require the city to be a partner in that application. They can go do it all on their own, but yet because it's located within the city of Riverbank, it would still potentially be impacted.
But as far as guaranteed funding, like the CDBG, home, PHLA, since 2023, we're only missing out on 1.2 million over 3.5 years. What kind of money is at risk when it comes to the other grants?
It just depends on the amount that they're looking to apply for. So it could be a couple million. I know one of the grants does allow up to like a $5 million cap. So that could be a potential there.
But those aren't city direct grants.
Correct. Those are not city direct, but they would still look at the city to make sure they're compliant.
And I think not only is it the real cost that we would be missing out on, but it's the indirect costs of, again, the potential of the builder's remedy, et cetera, for us to, I mean, really lose control of how we want to. We're here today talking about how the city is being developed. I mean, we're at risk of losing that control completely. Should we not move on with the housing element? And that's just one comment. I want to share more of what I'm thinking, but go ahead.
One of the drawbacks, let's say, of being a city council member is that you have to make decisions that are hard. But we also have to make decisions that are for the whole city. 800 signatures or 700 signatures was 0.03% of the population of Riverbank. So you see how hard it is for me. It's my district that this is in. I have to think of the whole city, of my whole district. Doing that, I look at, if we don't have this housing element go through, we risk losing money. And that's money on the table that we're counting on, that we could count on in 3 years. This goes through 2031. Secondly, I love the horses and cows. I don't want them to go away, but I don't feel like MID is going to go anywhere before 2031. They have this property. It's working well. They don't have any issues. They're not going to go away. So the concerns are minimal. However, if we were to go and not move forward and go and find another property, there's a lot of costs involved. First of all, we have our consultant costs. Second of all, we have our employee costs. There's a lot of costs involved in doing that. However, we could go ahead and approve it tonight and do an amendment at a later, within a year, right? Could do an amendment within a year, removing that. That still keeps it valid. That still keeps us able to use our housing element to get funding. Everybody talks about our budget. We are lucky here in City of Riverbank, but we also rely on the state to give us budget, to give us monies. I don't want to risk that. And I don't mean to be rude. You guys are as valuable to me, and those horses are as valuable to everybody, but 0.03% of the population, I have to think, he has to think, the mayor has to think, we have to think of the whole city. Maybe on the east side in the state streets, they want to apply for a grant for $20 million to help their sewer. But we can't do it because we didn't approve tonight. I understand this property is important, and I understand that we don't want it to go away, but I don't think MID is going to make it go away soon. And I think we have an opportunity to approve it and amend it afterwards. And I want to guarantee, and I want to see it in the minutes, that that will happen once the state approves it. I don't want it just talked about here. I want it in the actual minutes that we will move forward. Can't do that because then they'll know. The other thing is, I'm sitting here and I looked up possible fines, and it says on here that we'll face fines ranging from $10,000 to $100,000 per month. Now he's talking 60 days, but that's just part of it. You have to find the property. We have to take it to open session. We have to take it and have the citizens vote on this. This has been out there since 2024. So do we really want to do that?
So I'm going to go opposite of kind of what was just said. So I've been on the council for about 7.5 years and kind of trying to figure out this whole arena. So David, thank you for sitting with me last week and walking me through this whole process. The last cycle, the number was half of this number. And so we didn't meet that number, but so the state wants to double the number. So all of this stuff just doesn't make sense. And then so we're dealing with state mandates and this and that. So I'm kind of looking at the big picture here, state of California, neighboring cities here. You know, I want to believe that HCD has a shed of humanity to kind of continue to work with us, right? So I do have a motion that will be removing site number 3 and continuing to work with HCD and then bringing this back. So because we don't know, so we approve this now, we don't know what the state will or will not allow us, right? So let's just do it now. So that's where I'll be. I don't know if I can make the motion. I don't know if we have more comments there, but that will be the motion I'll be making.
I just want to add, I mean, there again, another example of a decision we made to go a different route with housing was on the corner of Jackson and Patterson. I mean, we had similar public outreach come out and let us know that they needed to park in that area. And we, as a council, decided to move ahead with that rather than housing. And so to everyone's point, it's, you know, any parcel has similar sentiment across the city. So it is all very important. And frankly, I want to avoid the politics. I mean, I'll say that we've seen at the state level more a heavier fist come down on cities. And I have no idea what's going to happen in the next administration in just a few months. And I'm not sure I trust it. And so to make a decision that's going to potentially risk us not having the local control that we want is not something that I want to risk. And believe it or not, by saying I want to avoid the politics, I want to move forward with the housing element as is, but I want you all to hold us accountable and to come back, and we'll get a strict timeline on when that would happen, to come back and talk about an alternative site, because whether or not you do come back, we are going to, or I want to explore that option. It sounds like others on the council do too. So again, approving the housing element is our way of maintaining control. All concerns we've mentioned with traffic, noise, public noticing would still happen regardless of any developer wanting to come to the city. I don't want to sit here and say something that's going to satisfy you in the moment. I want to look long-term and how to preserve the local control here in the city. Because someone mentioned earlier, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. And I want us to maintain as much control as possible through this process. I'll leave it at that. Did you want to mention something?
So on the track of maintaining local control, I personally refuse to relinquish that control at the stake of state grants. I represent District 4, and this property happens to fall in District 4. And the people who voted for me want to leave this property off of the housing element. So for me personally, I would like to see us go back to HCD without this property on there. I know that our infill properties are slim, but I'm confident with the skill level of our planning department, we could talk to HCD, put together a plan, come back in 60 days, and maintain that local control in doing so. So that will, that's where I stand.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Should we go down the route of changing it before approving and certifying? Are we already, did someone mention we're already incurring fees? Just so we have it all on the table. We're not. Fines, fees, fines. Yeah.
As long as we don't have a certified housing element, we're at risk, but we have not received any formal fines yet.
Thank you.
So I would like to make a motion to remove site number 3, find an alternate site location, and continue working with HCD.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
No.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Abstain.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. We encourage you to stay connected and engaged with us. All right, so we are on to new business, 11.1, a resolution to accept the 2025 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Report.
Good evening. Teresa McDonald, Senior Planner, here to present the 2025 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Report. So the Department of Housing and Community Development, or ACD, requires an annual report on the housing element implementation, and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, or LCI, requires an annual report to monitor the implementation of the general plan, policies, goals, and actions. The 5th cycle housing element was certified by HCD on December 30th, 2015, and then adopted by the City Council on February 23rd, 2016 for the planning period ending in 2023. And the city is currently implementing and updating planning efforts consistent with the 6th cycle housing element period, which spans from 2023 to 2031. So the forms that need to be submitted to HCD include information such as progress in meeting the RENA numbers, the number of housing development applications received, number of units approved, list of sites rezoned to accommodate the city's RENA, and the number of units issued an entitlement, building permit, or certificate of occupancy. In 2025, a total of 88 units were issued building permits by the Building Permits Division, which included applications from previous years, and a total of 58 units were issued certificates of occupancy. An additional 58 units were issued planning entitlements. The 2005 to 2025 general plan was adopted on April 22nd, 2009, and includes implementation measures and strategies for each element. The 2025 annual report provides a summary of the implementation activity completed during the final year of the planning period and acknowledges the need for a future comprehensive general plan update. Some notable projects include an approval of 2 rezones to create a total of 58 single-family residential units, the Riverbank Wine and Cheese Festival, and completion of 4 solar projects for city facilities. The complete progress report may be found as attachment 2 of the report. In accordance with CEQA, no environmental review is necessary for this item because the annual progress report is not considered a project under CEQA. To conclude, staff recommends the City Council approve a resolution to accept the 2025 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Report and authorize staff to submit the report to the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Comments? Any questions or comments from the public?
It's under new business, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll bring it back.
We still do public comment.
Okay. Nothing online?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom wishing to speak.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to council for consideration.
I make a motion, we approve item 11.1.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11.2, a resolution of concurrence with the Stanislaus Urban County and Stanislaus Home Consortium Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 26-27 and supportive submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Mayor and Council, Leticia Caratachea from the Housing Division will present this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Letty Ibanez, and I work for in the Housing Division, and I'm here to present the this year fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan for the Stanislaus County Consortium and Urban County. Okay, so the annual action plan for fiscal year 26-27 with the Stanislaus County, Urban County, and Stanislaus Home Consortium. On the slide, we'll see that, I can't see with these glasses. On the slide, we'll see that Stanislaus County Urban consists of the cities shown on the slide.
Could I ask you to pause real quick? It looks like we're having some movement. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. The slide shows the cities that participate in the Stanislaus Urban County and the Stanislaus Home Consortium. So a little bit about, a little bit about the background. The county receives annual funding from HUD, and these funds support the housing and community developments activities. The proposed projects are designed to enhance the neighborhood conditions while supporting low income residents. These efforts are strategically aligned with the priorities outlined in the consolidated plan. The county receives an annual allocation of funds for the community development activities here in the United States in the Department of Housing and Urban Development. There are funded activities that align with the consolidated plans and goals. These funds are used to create strong and sustainable, inclusive communities and affordable housing. For the regional approach, Stanislaus Urban County, which is the CDBG Community Development Block Grant, and ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Stanislaus Home Consortium, which the funds come from the Home Investment Partnership Program, which also includes the city of Turlock. So the Stanislaus County works collaboratively with the cities throughout the urban county. So together we receive federal funds from HUD, and these include the CDBG, ESG, and home funds. And the goal is to address housing, infrastructure, and community needs across the region. So what is the action plan? As illustrated here on the slide, number one, it's a requirement from HUD, and this is something that we have to do annually. And the annual action plan also provides us to present these the projects that we're going to be using or working on, and it identifies how the federal funds are being used. And it focuses on housing and community needs. Part of this annual action plan is part of the fiscal year 25 through 2029 consolidated plan. So on this slide, we'll see the HUD entitlement requirements. So the consolidated plan it's completed, it plans out 3 to 5 years. It also has the analysis of impediments to fair housing, which is 3 to 5 years. And the action plan, we complete this annually. And the consolidated annual performance evaluation report, which we call the PER, is it's also done annually. So the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, it requires us it requires the preparation of several planning documents, which include the ones that I just named here, the consolidated plan, the annual action plan, and the CAPER, and these help us to ensure transparency and accountability. The consolidated plan's priorities. The consolidated plan identifies key priorities for funding, and these priorities include improving infrastructure, supporting affordable housing, providing essential services, and these priorities help us guide our projects selection for each year. So what's the purpose of the action plan? So as I mentioned, with the action plan, we list out our projects, and it helps with the community and the infrastructure and various activities. So for the purposes, we have proposed projects in line with that was included in the CAPER, and they're also included in the action plan. And it also has the CDBG ESG funding recommendations. The action plan also distributes funds on a summary, so it's geographical and population and property rate. The opportunity for citizen participation started on April 8th of 2026. It was a 30-day review for May 8th, 2026. The plan includes proposed projects. It also identifies funding recommendations. It outlines the geographic distribution. It provides opportunity for public participation. And as I mentioned, that comment period was from April 8th to May 8th. It was a 30-day process. The planning process for the annual action plan. From fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 2029, it was the consolidated plan. That was a 5-year plan, and it identified the community needs, the spending priorities for CDBG, home, and ESG. And then the program for the annual action plan, it shows the allocation funding amounts for each specified activities. The second program year action plan, which is the 26-27, it's due to HUD in May of 2026 and allocates fund for a period of from July 1st through June 30th, 2027. And here are the HUD entitlement allocations. As you can see on the slide, CDBG received 2,302,998. ESG was 202,398. Home received 1,191,557.79, which came out to the total of all 3,696,973.79. This is the CDBG and ESG allocation for this fiscal year 26-27. And for the city of Riverbank, we received 177,663.12. For the community block grant, meets the national objectives, which is to benefit low to moderate income areas and communities. It also helps prevent slums or bright communities, housing, and it also addresses the urgent needs to the community needs. So CDBG is used, it's a wide range of community development needs. For home, it's used to create affordable housing, opportunities for low-income families. And the Emergency Solution Grant, which is the ESG, it is used to address homelessness. So the community block grant slide here for fiscal year 26-27 projects proposed for funding. In Riverbank, we have noted that we are still working on the water line replacement project. That's the one that's out there by the Pioneer Park in the alley in the back. And then we also have, we're also working with a project at the Pioneer Park improvements. And that's, we just, the NEPA form has already been sent over to county. So we're hoping to get that signed, the final signatures, so we can start working on the next step, which would be for the engineering part. And then we have the Texas Avenue and sewer improvements. That's over in the area of the state streets. So that we haven't started anything on that yet, as we're trying to work off the water line project and the Pioneer Park improvements.
A quick question, do you ballpark about how much is left in each of those projects?
The amount? Not offhand, because we received allocations like on a yearly basis. And I know that the water line replacement project, it's we had it allocated for like 771,000. So, but I can give you those numbers. I just didn't bring them with me today.
Thank you.
For the community block grant for the fiscal year funding recommendations, it prioritizes the funding, and as noted up on the slide, the 172,000 was given to the We Care program and the We Care substance abuse counseling treatment program. For the public services, the ESG, the amounts for the Center of Human Services, the Housing Stability Project, it was awarded the 33,534. The Children's Crisis Center, the Guardian House, it was awarded 35,000. The Children's Crisis Center for Marcia's and Berta's Shelter, it was awarded another 35,000. And the Healthy Awareness to Violent Environments, which is the legal program, was awarded the 35,000, which total the communication of all turned out to be 345,534. The ESG, as I mentioned here earlier, it's for the shelter services, which includes the shelter operations and the essential services, homeless prevention for the rent and utilities assistance for families and individuals in immediate danger of homelessness, and the rapid rehousing. Provides short-term rent and utility assistance to the homeless persons. Proceeding with the ESG, the fiscal year for the 26-27 funding recommendations, the ESG solution grant for Center for Human Services, the low barrier shelter, it was awarded the 60,546. Also for Haven, the emergency shelter, 45,714. The community housing and shelter services for rapid rehousing was 80,959, and 15,179 was for county administration for those funds, which came out to a total of 202,398. For the home investment partnership program, the home eligibility activities, the funds, those funds may be used for a variety of affordable housing activities that generally fall into 4 categories. One of the rehabilitation of the owner-occupied housing, assistance to home buyers, acquisition, rehab, and construction to federal housing, and tenant-based rental housing. Here is the home allocation. The note states that these funds will be allocated to individual consortium members and must be committed to an approved project within 6 months of July 1st of each program year, unless the deadline is extended by the county. An approved project is one that has been included in the HUD approved annual action plan, authorized by the county, and has completed a required environmental review process. If a consortium member does not have the approved project within this timeframe, the funds will be made available to the consortium members throughout the county, administered request by an administration of requests of what we called an RFP process. And the city of Riverbank was allocated 97,166. For the 2025 affordable rental housing, for the RFP award funding, this Stanislaus regional houses, forgot the last one, the assessment, it was for Park Ridge.
Housing Authority.
Housing Authority, Park Street cottages. I'm sorry, it was the development site was with 4 units and develop on an additional 8 units. I'm sorry, I'm just not real familiar with these ones because I handle the ones for the CDBG project for the city of Riverbank. And then the Valley Manor was the rehabilitation of 48 units and also the property on Abbey Street. Acquire site with 4 units and develop additional 5. And then I concluded my slides. So if anybody have any questions, I will try to answer them.
No, thank you. I know you're summarizing countywide. So I appreciate that. Are there any questions from council comments? I don't think, do we have any public comment questions? Anything online?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom wishing to speak.
I'll bring it back to council.
So I'll make a motion to approve item 11.2.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna
Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you so much. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:31. We are on item 11.3, a resolution approving the reappointment of Seabre, Dillard, and Sara Malough to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wait for PowerPoint presentation to come up. So I'm here today to discuss the reappointment two members on our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. To provide a little bit of history, on May 2024, the City Council approved the formation of a Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. This committee consists of 5 committee members appointed to provide input and perspective to the Parks and Recreation Department. To ensure continuity and maintain a quorum, the City Council established staggering terms for the committee members. So every year, we're always going to have seats available for reappointment or to fill. So what's happening right now? May 2026, 2 seats on the committee will be available to be filled. We as staff have communicated with those that have the current seats if they would like to be reappointed or end their term on the committee. Sara Malough has expressed interest on serving a 3-year term. She's currently on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Karina Roma, who's also on the committee, indicated that she doesn't want to seek reappointment. So that will give us a seat to fill. Additionally, Seabre Dillard, who's also a member, her term expired in May 2025. So last year. We reached out to her. She expressed interest on serving a 3-year term. However, her reappointment was not formally taken back to City Council for reappointment.
Are reappointments supposed to come to City Council? Is that in the bylaw?
They are not. It's not in the bylaws that they have to be here at City Council. It's in the bylaws that they have to attend the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meetings, which they have been attending.
Okay. So just kind of curious why is it coming now? Just kind of curious.
Just for clarification, it is.
It is in the bylaws.
It is in the bylaws that the mayor and the council will appoint to the
I
committee.
think you understood that if they have to physically be here.
Yes, I understood that the committee members had to be here. So
Yeah, they have to come to the city council for reappointment, not physically, physically.
So staff has a recommendation for the City Council to consider to approve the reappointment of Seabre Dillard and Sara Malough to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Seabre Dillard's term be retroactive from May 1st, 2025 through April 30th, 2028 as a 3-year term. Sara Malough's term will commence May 1st, 2026 and conclude on April 30th, 2029. And so any questions that council has, I'm here to help.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Comments?
And just kind of as a side note, we do bring it to council and we do bring it under new business because council does have the option of not reappointing and then opening up for additional applications to be received and be considered.
Make a motion, we approve 11.3.
Do we need to do public comment?
No. Just I did. Do we have anything online? I know we're rushing through it. Everyone's tired.
Sorry, just for clarification, we do need to open it for public comment, but
yeah.
there is none on Zoom.
Okay. And is there any, Michael? Anthony? Anyone? I'll clap at the end for you. All right. I will come back. What's happening?
Oh, I make a motion that we approve 11.3.
And I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. We are moving on to 11.4, a resolution accepting incorporating the recommendations of the City of Riverbank classification and compensation study prepared by Evergreen Solutions, LLC.
Mayor and council, your assistant city manager will present the next 3 items, actually.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight before you is the acceptance and incorporation of the recommendations of the City of Riverbank classification and compensation study prepared by Evergreen Solutions. So tonight we're going to ask you to receive the presentation of the results of the citywide study, review the key findings regarding internal equity, market competitiveness, and classification structure. And just, I'm going to skip a slide here, a little bit of background. So we retained Evergreen Solutions in July of 2025 to conduct the study. The comprehensive review was to review our classification structure, our compensation benefits, do market comparisons, and then gather employee feedback. The benefits from the adoption of the study are it will support our recruitment and retention, promote fairness and transparency, and provides long-term fiscal sustainability. So with that, our consultant, Stacy Witchell, is online with us, and she is going to go over the classification study, present it, and give you guys an explanation of how these numbers were established. So with that, we'll hand it over to you, Stacy.
All right. Thank you, everybody. My name's Stacy Witchell. I'm a project manager of Evergreen Solutions. Thanks for having me back. Looking forward to walking through the presentation with you. If you've got questions along the way, please feel free to ask, or I can catch questions at the end as well. So with that, we'll move on to the next slide. Just a brief agenda slide here. We'll touch on the study goals, remind everybody what the goals were when we started, walk through the project phases, discuss the internal review, external, and then bring all that together into the recommendations. So your study goals, first, to review the compensation classification system that you have in place at the beginning of the study. You will want to review that to identify any areas of concern, compression issues, internal equity. We want to make sure that at the end of the study that we can ensure internal equity. You want to survey the peer organizations because you want to ensure external equity. And then at the third one there, you want to provide recommendations for a system that addresses both internal needs and is also aligned with the market to make sure that you are competing within your labor market. On the project phases, they look like nice, distinct phases here, but there's a fair bit of overlap and feedback loops that go into this. But we'll start with project initiation. That's the data collection. That's the kickoff meeting, data collection. It's the time that we have to kind of really go through and understand what you have in place right now. Leads me into the internal review. That is what we call formally that assessment of current conditions. That's when we look at the strengths and weaknesses of your plan, where people are placed, how they progress, internal equity issues, the classifications that you have right now, how you're using them. We also conduct employee outreach during this phase, came on site, spent a few days there and did focus groups. And then we also did a survey to all the employees to give them an opportunity to engage in that manner also. And then it's also our job assessments, which is that online tool that we use to ask people about their job, you know, more so than what's just on a job description, to really kind of give us much more insight into what they do. External review, salary survey, and a benefit survey. And then all that comes in together. We run a regression analysis and help to inform the recommendations. That's going to be updates to classification system, your plan, your titles, your levels, how you're using them, your compensation plan, any updates there to be competitive again within your market, and then system administration overall. So for that assessment of current conditions, looking at what you have in place right now, you had 3 pay plans, or 3 groups, we'll say. So you had 2 that were represented, and then 1 contracted. I kind of called it contracted / directors, that kind of executive leadership team there. Your pay plans had a lot of pay grades in them, separated by about 1% between each grade. So there was around 100 grades per plan. So that early on give us some insight into, let's find a plan that's a little bit more transparent, easier to administer, and better for people to understand how they move through the system. You have over 40 classifications you're using right now within your kind of classification library. And you had 64 employees at the beginning of the study. And your average tenure is actually 10.4 years. And while I was listening to the meeting here in your earlier discussion, I was doing some other little data research for a different project and found that really nationwide, the average tenure for most public sector organizations, especially post-COVID, is about 7.5 years. So it kind of gives you an idea where you are with your average tenure with your employees. People tend to come to work there, and a lot of them build their careers. So well done. Again, with the internal review here, we're going to take a look at employees minimum to maximum. This gives us an idea of where people are within the range of your current pay grade system. So we've got a small percentage there that are currently at the minimums. That's generally going to represent your newly hired employees. at the time we started the study. The number that are at maximum, those are the folks that have progressed all the way through their ranges and along with their promotions over time. And then within range, that's where the majority of your people are. Again, because there is opportunities for your folks to grow within their career fields or even lateral into other areas within the system. So a large percentage, as you can see there, of your total number of employees are within the range of their current pay grades. Looking at actual versus projected salaries. Now this is a little bit, we'll call it skewed a little bit, but just because you have a very narrow range system, but very typical to what we see in California, where the pay ranges, which is a distance from minimum to maximum of any given pay grade, is relatively narrow. It's 20 to 25% typically by most organizations out there. On this side of the Mississippi, we see them much larger. But within your system, you guys have a very typical system within your area, within your labor market. And even with that, you'll notice that that largest group of folks there, 26, are where you would expect them to be given the structure of your system. You got a few folks in that navy blue that are 5 to 10% above and then greater than 10%. That is primarily going to reflect people that have been hired on with good, relevant external experience. And so you're valuing that when you bring them in. Or sometimes there may be a few positions where the market just demanded you bringing them in above a minimum step. So very few people are less than what the models would predict them to be based on tenure with your organization. So wrap up here of your assessment here of current conditions. Again, 3 pay plans. Across those pay plans, there's 240 plus pay grades, 5 steps for each of those different plans. And like I said earlier, you've only got 1% between each of your grades. So that allows for very little differentiation between pay grade, 101 to 102 to 103. They're very similar. Classification system is generally very sound. We did recognize opportunities to do a few updates to reflect some roles and responsibilities. Employee salaries did typically progress as expected within the city plan, so we didn't see any concern there. Did observe some slight salary compression, again, between those levels, especially given that 1% between the grades being pretty narrow. Very minimal compression at all between supervisors, though, and their direct employees. And employee outreach, this is when we came on site and met with all your employees and gave an opportunity to share the things that they value, the things that they think are working well, and then opportunities maybe for some improvements or some changes. So your perceived strengths according to your employees, job security and stability with the city. A lot of comments about being a positive work environment. Employees highly valued the employee benefits. They highly value the work-life balance. And then most of your employees lived and were from that area. So they really appreciated the convenient location and short commute time. Perceived weaknesses, didn't feel like they were necessarily competitive with the labor market. Felt like some folks around you guys have made some adjustments more recently that the city has just not been able to keep up with. There was a few areas, career fields, where they were really looking for some more growth opportunities. They all recognize that you're not a large city. You don't have 6,000 employees. But where possible, they did request some more room to grow in their careers. There was a lot of comments about needing additional staff support. A lot of folks felt like they were being stretched kind of thin in order to get the work done. They felt like benefits were really good, highly valued them. But there was comments about prices increasing for benefits. And again, these are all employee perceptions, and the cost of benefits I think, is something everybody's struggling with right now. The summary of findings just across the board with employee outreach, and this is from the survey that we administered and the focus groups. We always ask everybody, give us your top 3. This is always my last question of a focus group, and that's the last question of our survey too. The study could only focus on what 3 things, what would your 3 priorities be? And this is really the things that rose to the top there. Alignment of compensation and responsibility. That's really the employees saying that they feel like maybe their work, their role isn't valued appropriately within the pay grades. So I'd like to see that evaluation done. Market competitive wages. Many felt the current compensation plan just was not competitive in that regional labor market and had not kept up with the cost of inflation. Staffing needs. Again, a lot of staff felt like a staffing study was really needed. They felt like they were being stretched thin in order to get the work done. And again, requested some growth opportunities. So that was really the focus of the input that we got from folks across the board. Part of our internal review also includes the job assessments. Y'all had, I think, except for one person that was on leave, if I remember right, everybody else participated in the job assessment tool. So thank you very much for that. I rarely get a 90+% completion from any of my projects. 60 and 70% is the norm. So great job there. Thank you guys, and thanks to your employees. But what we found here when we look at the job assessment, and that is administered to help us understand what the people are doing in their positions. So not just what's on a written job description, but tell me what's not on the job description. That way we can make sure that we're evaluating it fairly internally and externally. Overall, though, we found that position hierarchy appeared to be appropriate for the current reporting structure that the city has in place. Through that assessment, we did identify that there are some areas where you would benefit from refinement of titles and levels. Water, wastewater, was in particular was one of the job families that we really wanted to take a look at a bit deeper to reflect maybe some updated titles, and then a creation of a couple maybe positions to help fill a few gaps that you've got. And then job descriptions generally reflected employee positions. We are finalizing those updates and we will have them to you this week. We'll use the information from the job assessment tool to provide recommended updates to your job descriptions. So we'll be getting that back over to Tammy and her team in the next 2 days before Friday. Your public sector market peers, looking at the external. This is where we went to the public sector peers. We used your benchmark or your classifications to compare what the pay ranges are at your peers, how they're valuing these positions versus how you're valuing them. Again, when we do these matches, we don't do matches based off of job titles. We do them based off the functions and roles of the position. We build a survey. And we ask the peers to complete the survey based off the information provided, or to give us the information. We'll do the matches and follow up if we have any questions. So they're not title matches. They're matches based on functional roles, responsibilities, and level in the organization. Based on all the data that we collected from the peers, we break that down in any number of ways. We look at market position across the entire organization. I break it down by job families. I look at it with a cost of living adjustment applied and look at it without. I also look at it across the distribution of a bell curve. So what you're seeing in this graph is if I take all of the classifications that we reviewed and looked at them just as a pure average, no cost of living adjustments applied, you are at the minimum of your salaries, 3% behind the men, 4.2% behind the midpoint of your salaries, and about 5% behind that final step, step E there, of your pay grades of your salaries. If I apply a cost of living difference to make sure everything is valued at the dollar there locally within Riverbank, it shifts a little bit. And if I look at the 40th percentile there, and that's looking at, just shy of that median curve on the bell curve. There I'm looking at, you're pretty much aligned at that point. You're 1% above at the minimum or step A. Around step C, you're pretty much lined up to market. And at E, you fall to about 1.2%. So that tells me that's generally where you're aligning in your current market. Because if I look over at 50th percentile, you see it's very similar to what we see, even if I don't adjust for cost of living in the average. At the minimum or step A of all of your pay grades, you're about 2.4% behind, 3.3% behind at that midpoint. And again, at step E, you're about 4% behind at the maximums. I did look at a slightly more aggressive position on that bell curve. So that 60th percentile, look there. And again, you'll see there at your 5, 6, and 7% behind at the mid, and max of your current pay plans. And if you'll notice too, as you go from mid to max in every single one of them, you are kind of losing in your level of competitiveness in that market. You have a few peers around you that have stretched out their scales and they've added one more step. So it's made them a little bit wider, increase that earning potential. So with that, their maximums are a little bit higher than yours. So that's what you're seeing reflected in that kind of consistent drop from min to max. I did break it down by groups too. And keep in mind, we were looking at this data here after the interim adjustment to your plans were done. So you already made a little bit of a change to catch up. Then with that, we're looking at from miscellaneous in that pay plan. That's negative 2.6% behind at the minimum. At the midpoint, almost 4% behind, negative 3.89, and at the maximum, almost 5% behind. Mid-management aligns decently well at that 50th percentile, although it does fall from min to max. In contract, this group was the largest one that was behind, and some very far behind, about 10, 12, 14%. But those positions were a little more, almost 6%, a little over 6% behind at maximum, just across all the classifications within the contract group. I mentioned earlier that we did also look at benefits, and there's a summary of benefits in that full report. But the first graph you're looking at here is your benefits percent of a total compensation. So this is the question we ask all the peers, what is the percentage, if you take your total compensation, which is benefits plus salaries, what is that percentage that the city is paying in to help cover those benefits that makes up the total comp? And you'll see there in that darker green bar graph on the bottom, that's the city is putting in 36.2% and covering that much of the benefit cost for employees, where your peers on average are at 27.2%. So on average, you are contributing more than your other peers to help cover the benefits and provide those to your employees. Other findings for benefits, again, you do contribute a higher percentage on average compared to the peers. Retirement and health, there was some variation between peers, however, not significantly different than that peer average. Your leave accrual was very typical, but the carryover amount of leave is less than your peers. And certificates and other fringe benefits were comparable, but they did lag a little bit in certain areas. So all of that will bring us to the recommendations. So that's when we take that internal data, the JAT analysis, the market findings, we run a regression to help inform these changes here. So the first thing we're going to talk about is your classification system. And with your classification, like I mentioned before, you've got a pretty solid classification plan right now. There were a few areas where we recommended either a new classification or a title update to reflect what the role is doing. So your meter technician 1-2 series would be a new series for the water group, water side of the world over there, to help really hire the folks in that you need to really conduct that meter technician work that's required today. Your recreation coordinators, as we're recommending that, turn into a recreation and events coordinator. The water distribution operator, these are all title updates. If you see the ones in red, those are where we're recommending just a title update. The green those are your new classifications. So your other new ones here, senior accounting technician to give a series within that accounting family. Human resources specialist, again, we wanted to round out and provide growth opportunities within that family, and succession planning. And then for the rest of these here, a couple of other new ones: electrical system technician, local redevelopment agency program manager. Your admin analyst 3 would be a new classification, assistant city engineer and human resources manager, and then of course a city engineer. So these are all positions where we're recommending, again, new ones to round out the series, succession planning, provide growth where appropriate. And then the red ones with the 2 asterisks there, those are the ones we're recommending for job title updates. So for the next one, we're going to talk about annual reviews. What we're saying here is you want to conduct an annual review and update of job descriptions and Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, on a regular basis to make sure that you're staying current with your job descriptions, with FLSA exemption statuses. And job descriptions are always a challenge to keep up to date. It seems like we always have changes. Jobs are always evolving. But you will start off with a fresh new set here in 2 days. Compensation system, maintain the 3 plans. I'm going to update the number of pay grades and the grade progression throughout here. Like I mentioned before, you've got about 1% between each pay grade. So as you look between 101 to 102 to 103 in the pay grades, currently you only had 1% between each of those levels. We want to increase that a little bit and reduce the number of pay grades that you have. So we want to keep your steps of 5, your step increase 5%. So between steps A, B, C, D, that's 5% between each step, just like you have right now. Your grade progression, we're going to take that from 1% to 2.5% between grades. Your range spread is going to stay consistent at 21.6%. And then we knocked off, Tammy, I think about 50 pay grades off of this pay plan, and then gave you a true plan that you can manage all your classifications in on a like leveled basis. Pay grades 129 and 30 right now. I don't believe we have anybody assigned to them right now. That's just for future growth. That's why the asterisks there. The next one over here, mid-management confidential. This is B pay grades, your 200 series, 201 through 225. Again, we knocked off about 50 pay grades off this one as well. Consistent in structure though with your other one. We wanted to keep that consistency that you have. So again, number of steps is 5. Your step increase between is 5% between each step. Grade progression, so the distance between 201 to 202 to 203 is 2.5% and a range spread of 21.6. And then the last group here is your contract group. We want to update the number of pay grades here and the grade progression. So again, slimmed this one up quite a bit also, cut off some extra pay grades, went with a consistent structure, and this is where all of your senior leadership classifications are assigned. Recommendation 4 there is where we take all your different classifications and then we slot them all into all non-bargaining and bargaining. It should be both of them there. Apologize for that typo. Wanted to have all those positions assigned to their appropriate pay grade. So all of that crosswalk has been done. And then we walk everybody over from an employee basis onto their new pay grade, onto their next step that they're on within the current system. And then if you do a consistent step placement where if they're on a step 3 or step C right now, what would it cost to put them on step C in the new plan? We also did run a scenario for what would it cost to advance everybody a step next year. But looking at consistent step placement, we are looking at estimated implementation cost of $211,000. That is all 64 of the employees that we had in the data set. And it's about 3.8% of your payroll overall. Just a reminder, keep that number in mind as a budgeting tool, budgeting estimate. It is a snapshot in time. And as we all know, employees come and go, they get promoted, and you hire new folks every day. So it's a snapshot based on that data set at that point in time. Recommendation 6, we want to conduct a small-scale salary survey as needed on a regular basis, especially as hard to fill classifications, areas where you've got retention issues, or you just got a vacancy that stayed open for a long time. The market may have started to kind of drift away from you in certain targeted areas. If you're doing that on an annual check-in basis, then you really will need a comprehensive one every 3 to 5 years. Then recommendation 8, review and revise policies and practices, moving employee salaries through the pay plans. Do those things on a regular basis. All of our policies, and I say this after 30 years on the public sector side myself, all of our policies are only good as they are current and relevant. So just that reminder. Recommendations for next steps, complete the job description updates based on the JAT data. And then Riverbank obviously will have the opportunity to review those updates internally and accept any edits or add any additional information as needed. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from council comments? All right. Any public comment? Anything online?
Mayor, there is no one online wishing to speak.
All right, I'll bring it back to council.
I have a motion to accept 11.4.
And I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fossey?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacy.
Absolutely.
Item 11.5, resolution approving the amendment to the memorandum of understanding between City of Riverbank and the Riverbank Miscellaneous Employees Bargaining Unit and adopt updated salary schedule.
Mayor and Council. So the next two items are for two different bargaining groups. So I've prepared one slide to go over these amendments for both of these items. So items 11.5 and 6 are for MOU amendments. Based on your approval with item 11.4, these amendments are needed to the MOUs for the bargaining units. So the purpose of the amendments are based on implementing results of the classification and compensation study to update the salary schedules, pay grades, and classification assignments as identified within the study. These updates support our recruitment, retention, and equity. What is being approved? So amendment number 1 to our mid-management MOU, amendment number 1 to miscellaneous MOU, and then our updated salary schedules are in the exhibits, and our classification and pay grade realignment. Key changes to both the units is the updating of the salary schedules with an effective date of April 17th. Our classification updates and new classifications, revised pay grades based on the market, and alignment with the adopted compensation framework. Outlines of the implementation approach was kind of gone over with Stacy, but implementation approach including placing employees at the step closest to their current salary. There are no reductions to base salaries, adjustments made to maintain internal equity and consistent methodology across all groups. Salary administration, future step progression follows the existing MOU. The city may establish some administrative guidelines, as she was talking about how our progression, putting those guidelines in there so that we're ensuring our consistency and long-term sustainability, sorry about that. So our financial impact, our estimated implementation costs for the current fiscal year for miscellaneous employees is $19,370. For mid-management, it's $17,688 because it is only a partial year that's left. The annual cost for your miscellaneous employees would be $77,478 and mid-management $70,750. So next steps are the council adoption of the MOU amendments, implementation of the updated salary schedules, and then staff will be responsible for ongoing administration and periodic review, and any future updates would be done through MOUs. So staff's recommendation is to approve amendment number 1 for both bargaining agreements and authorize the implementation of the updated compensation structure. Any questions?
Okay, so we'll take one at a time. So item 11.5 regarding the miscellaneous employees, is there any comment or questions from council?
Just one real quick. How often will those periodic reviews happen?
So we basically recommend it as annually. What I would say is we're going to watch. If we're recruiting for a position and we're not getting applicants, it's definitely one that we're going to have to go out and review the market on those.
Okay.
But something that we'll have to keep up on. Every year, we're going to have to evaluate that. But I think the true tell sign is going to be when we're recruiting and not getting applicants.
Any other comments or questions?
Make a motion, we approve 11.5.
Let me go out to public comment real quick. Public comment for this item? Any online?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom wishing to speak.
All right, we will entertain your motion.
I make a motion, we approve 11.5.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 11.6, a resolution approving the amendment to the memorandum of understanding between City of Riverbank and the Riverbank Mid-Management Employee Association and adopt an updated salary schedule, which is there
Same
anything you wanna-
presentation. Yeah, we've
Okay.
already gone.
So the
through that, yeah.
recommendation is the same as 11.5.
Any public comment or online?
Mayor, there is no one on Zoom wishing to speak on this item.
Bring it to council if there's any questions, comments, motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item 11.6.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fosse?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Tam.
Thank you.
Item 11.7, a resolution authorizing the city manager to proceed with the acquisition of real property located at 3300 Atchison Road, Riverbank. APN 132009069 for the future site of Riverbank City Hall in the amount of $840,000 and execute on behalf of the city any and all documents necessary to complete the acquisition of real property. Authorize staff to proceed with the conceptual design of the future city hall upon acquisition and allocate funds from the general fund reserve for said acquisition and from the police and general government system development fee fund 210 for the design.
Mayor and council, so this item is with regards to acquiring property for a future city hall. So back in June of 2018, the city underwent a spatial needs analysis. So that was based on City Council's strategic plan objective to conduct a spatial analysis of all of the city's facilities. At that point in time, staff had outgrown the current facilities, making it difficult to add staff necessary in order to serve our residents. In January of 2019, council approved a contract with Indigo, Hammond, and Plale Architects for that spatial needs analysis. The consultant worked with all of the departments to develop short and long-term staffing requirements in order to determine spatial needs. In February 2020, that spatial analysis was completed. So the observations made as part of that spatial analysis was that City Hall North, the council chambers are too small, and that was very evident today with sometimes the items that we have on the agenda do draw a large crowd, and so we did have folks standing in the back. Our restrooms are inadequate and not easily accessible to members of the public. We have insufficient space to house future needs of administration and the Parks and Recreation departments. At City Hall South, our building is severely overcrowded. And for those of you who have walked through it, you have seen how overcrowded it is. There's some inappropriate separation of counter and staff workspace, which disturbs the staff and creates an inefficient work environment. And there is no public restroom located at City Hall South. There were some interim solutions that were provided at that point in time. We had talked about moving Parks and Recreation to some lease space, reorganizing the space to allow for an expanded council chambers and allow administration to expand, and then improving access to expand the restrooms. At City Hall South, we had talked about moving Finance Department to a leased space, and then reorganizing the existing space to house Planning and Building and Development Services Administration. So sorry that this is so small, but basically what the spatial needs analysis told us was that we needed approximately 23,870 square feet. Mind you, this was back in 2020. We are now 6 years later. So moving forward, in March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic began and this project was placed on hold. In August of 2021, a City Council strategic plan update at that point in time included an objective to research the feasibility of a new city hall to accommodate current and future needs. Staff began to explore vacant buildings, which included right next door to City Hall South at 3234 Santa Fe and a location at 6436 Oakdale Road. In February of 2024, Council opted not to proceed with the lease of a building located on Oakdale Road, which had approximately 40,000 square feet which would accommodate the city's anticipated growth in staff. Council and the public on that date expressed their strong desire to have City Hall remain downtown. With that direction, in June of 2024, Council approved a contract with Architecture Plus Inc., or API, to perform a site assessment, which evaluated 4 sites located in downtown Riverbank for our City Hall. 3 sites were currently owned by the city, and one of the sites was on private property, which is the former Del Rio Theater site. The assessment included field visits to confirm existing conditions, to determine viability for expansion or building demolition. We also had a concept design prepared to provide site and or building footprint design to aid in the evaluation of each property. And so that site assessment, as I mentioned earlier, did evaluate 4 sites within our downtown area. Here's some of the criteria that was used, things like buildable area, how many stories we would need in order to achieve the square footage that was necessary. We are in the downtown specific plan, so there are some limits set within that specific plan in terms of the number of stories, number of parking spaces, how close is it to local transportation and public transportation, distance to the existing city-owned parking lot that we have here on 3rd Street, temporary relocation for during construction if that was going to be needed, whether we needed to purchase land, and final one, advancement of the revitalization strategies outlined in the Riverbank Downtown Specific Plan. So of the 4 sites, City Council did select 3300 Atchison Street as the preferred option. It had the most buildable area at 13,500 square feet. The minimum number of stories we would need for a 40,000 square foot location would be 3. There's already 84 parking spots on site. That does not include the parking lot across the street, which could be used for employee parking, thus leaving the 84 spaces strictly for residents. It was close to our bus stop. Demolition would not be required because the demolition had already been completed at that time. We would not have to temporarily relocate any employees as no existing building would be impacted. We would need to purchase the land, and it does further our revitalization strategy in our downtown specific plan. Council selected a second site, City Hall North, which is the building we are currently in now. That one only had buildable area of 8,125 square feet. We would need a minimum of 5 stories in order to accommodate that 40,000 square foot number, which is over what's allowed in the downtown specific plan. There's 0 parking spaces on site. It's a shorter distance to the bus stop. It's a longer distance to our city-owned facility, our parking lot. There would be demolition required. We would have to relocate employees. That would be both housing, parks and recreation, the city council chambers, and we would have to relocate administration. We wouldn't need to purchase land, and it would not further the revitalization strategy of the downtown specific plan. So moving forward, council did provide me with authorization to initiate property negotiations to acquire 3300 Atchison Road, or the former Del Rio Theater site, since it was the preferred site selected by council. A property appraisal performed by Cogdill and Associates evaluated the property based on its highest and best use for a commercial development, which would be consistent with the zoning and the downtown specific plan. It was evaluated as is, and they determined an appraisal value of $840,000. Here's just a quick site plan where you would have City Hall up at the top left corner, facing Atchison and 3rd Street there. There'd be a little, so the darker gray, it would be our primary site. You'll notice there's a darker gray just south of that. And that would be basically where we would want to set up our council chambers so that it would remain independent of our regular city hall facility, but still be a part of it. The bottom floor, we would look at doing our council chambers with the above floor, then going ahead and connecting to the second floor of our city hall, main city hall facility. As you'll notice there is plenty of parking available for residents. Now, I will say that the parking that is just south of that gray building where Norma has her little red dot at, that is shared parking with the third and Topeka building, which is Mr. Zaya's current office space. So that would remain shared parking as part of this acquisition and building. Next steps would be to authorize me to proceed with the purchase. The acquisition cost would be $840,000. We would be covering closing costs as well. We do not yet have an estimate for that. Broker's fees would be 2.5% or $21,000. It would be funded via the general fund reserve. Upon closing of the property, we would want to proceed with the conceptual design with API. That will assist in future cost estimates, and it would be funded via the police and general government system development fee. What does a conceptual design include? It includes a site plan with the municipal code considerations, making sure that we're complying with the downtown specific plan architectural guidelines, a schematic design with the floor plans for the site depicting a 3 to 4 story building with approximately 46,320 square feet. And sorry, that should say $18,000. I don't know where that extra 2 came. It would include a 3D massing model, which is a conceptual exterior rendering that illustrates the building form along with the proposed material and color selection. We would have some interior space planning, which would finalize the interior space planning needed to ensure compliance with ADA updates, new space planning standards, compared to the previous report, which was prepared back in 2020. So that is a cost of between $4,500 and $6,750, and it's based on an estimate of between 20 and 30 hours. So we would recommend setting the budget at the higher end of $6,750. Interior elevations, preparing interior elevations for up to 2 major public spaces so that you could visualize what those will look like. For example, the city council chambers and the lobby area. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the funding sources that we'll use to acquire and to proceed with the conceptual design. So as I mentioned earlier, the acquisition would come from the general fund reserve. In August of 2019, the City Council did adopt a general fund reserve policy, which established a target reserve level of between 13 and 15%. Our estimate for the end of this fiscal year on June 30th is at 43%. The policy also established how the reserve may be used. It can be used for economic uncertainty in the event of an economic downturn, emergency reserves for natural disasters, or one-time non-recurring capital needs, which the purchase of this property would be considered a one-time non-recurring capital need. The conceptual design comes from the police and general government system development fee, and these are fees that are collected from new development and are used to offset the costs to accommodate for growth. With that, my recommendation for you tonight is to proceed with the acquisition of the real property located at 3300 Atchison Road in the amount of $840,000. On behalf of the city, authorize me to execute any and all documents necessary. Upon completion of the acquisition, proceed with the conceptual design of the new City Hall facility and approve the allocation of funds from both the general fund reserves for the acquisition and from the police and general government system development fee for the conceptual design. And that is all in my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council?
So I have a lot of questions, but first I want to ask for a historical rundown of the Del Rio site, the 3300 Atchison, and how we got to this place with this property.
Back in 2005, the city of Riverbank established a redevelopment agency, which was technically a separate legal entity from the city of Riverbank. The intent of establishing the agency was to be able to have a funding source to eliminate blight and encourage economic development, and to encourage affordable housing. How was it funded? Is a portion of property tax was segregated from the property tax that's collected and given to this agency in order to perform those projects. That funding source was used as a repayment source for bonds that were taken out by the agency themselves. The agency used the bonds in order to purchase the property at Del Rio Theater, which included the parking lot and also included the location where the new office buildings are at. It also funded all of the beautiful work that you see here in our downtown, which was at a cost of about $9 to $10 million. We also then used about $3 million of that in order to help fund the construction of the Riverbank family apartments. Because of the timing when that redevelopment agency was created in 2005, that was 3 years before the economic downturn. When the housing market crashed, property values significantly dropped, which meant that property taxes significantly dropped. And they reached a point of almost being bankrupt because they were not able to make their annual payments back to those that basically loaned the monies to them.
Do we remember what that amount was, the repayment per year?
It was over $800,000 a year. I can bring up a schedule if you give me a minute, but was between $800 and $1 million. In 2012, the state of California did away with redevelopment agencies. And at that point in time, the direction to all of the cities who had redevelopment agencies was, you must wind down the activities of the agency. So no new projects could be funded. You had to pay off any debt, and you had to go ahead and dispose of any properties that you had. Because at the end of the day, we want you as zero assets, because then we will officially close you down. Because the downturn in the economy was still occurring at that point in time, we were sending every single revenue to the loan holders or bond holders. And so in order to continue to do that, the agency, which was no longer the city opted not to continue with the agency. And so there was a 3-member board appointed by the state of California. They were responsible for making sure they winded everything down. So in order to continue to pay those loans, they had to sell everything they had, which meant selling the property at Del Rio Theater. And at that point, the value was $175,000. Why was that? There was a building on it. It had a lot of historical value, but there was significant structural issues that were not evaluated during the purchase of the property. There was asbestos, so there was a lot of environmental issues that were not evaluated during the purchase. And so at the end of the day, the new owner decided it was easier to demolish than to move forward with building or rehabilitating the site.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the city of Riverbank in 2005 created the redevelopment agency locally. That group purchased that site How much did they purchase that site for?
1.7, and it included all three properties.
Right, so the Reed's Garage was
Yes.
included in that for 400,000,
Mhm.
if that's correct.
Yes.
And then no evaluation done, but the redevelopment agency itself in 2005 was funded by taxpayer dollars.
Property taxes, yes.
Correct. And then in 2012, the state gave direction to dissolve or to stop pulling money, dissolve it, start selling assets. So did the state redevelopment agency take the deed of that property, or did the city still hold it?
Technically, it was the state. If you look at the grant deed that was issued to Mr. Zaya, it is under the name of the Riverbank Designated Local Authority.
So technically the state, but the city created the agency that initially bought the property.
Correct.
I'm gonna marinate on that.
Are there any other questions or comments from council?
So I got a couple concerns with this. So I'm just trying to kind of compare what we've kind of already done. So we were in February of 2024 looking at a 40,000 square foot unit. That was kind of the same thing, right? An all-in-one city hall purchase price of $6 million with $1.5 million for upgrades. That was going to accommodate us for roughly 40 years plus. So I'm just kind of comparing that there. So in our agenda packet, there was a conclusion that commercial and retail office is the highest and best use and not civic. I would have to agree with that. If we're kind of comparing commercial land sales, Tractor Supply is paying about $11.79 a square foot. That they're a major commercial. Downtown mixed use is average $8.62 square foot. So realistically, if we're comparing apples to apples, it's roughly about $13 a square foot. And so this offers roughly in the $22 per square foot range, which would be above market. Kind of considering everything with the expenditures outpacing the revenues. Just been kind of watching our reserves kind of doing the, slowly going from 50% down to mid 40s with this projection, right? So we're looking at depleting the reserves roughly around 2029, 2030. So those are some of the concerns I have with this. So I'll pause there.
Are there any other council?
So if we purchase it, how much will be left in the general fund?
So currently we're at about an estimate of 43%. We're asking for probably less than 1% of what's there. So we would still have over the 15% that's required in our general fund reserve policy. We're at 43, our policy only requires 15. So there's a significant difference there. And just to remind everybody, we did just recently lease City Hall East because of a lack of space. For those who have visited us at City Hall North just recently, you've seen a major remodel of our front lobby area, which significantly reduced where our residents can join us in that location. But we have been making interims and taking interim solutions in order to accommodate all of the growth in staff. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg as we need more staff. You did also hear tonight as part of our class and compensation study that staff is feeling, one of the negatives was that staff was feeling that we had a lack of staff available to be able to do all of the work we need to do. Well, we can't fill those positions if we don't have the space to place them at.
And I would like to just point out that had we gone with number 2, we would have really been strapped because this building would have to close and we would have to find somewhere to put all our personnel, which means sending our citizens to different locations for different aspects of what they need to do. By selecting this site and purchasing this, we have City Hall all in one location, no demolish required, no relocating of our citizens, and then we'll have everybody in one location, and the big part is The citizens wanted it downtown, it's downtown.
So question for staff, for a $35-40 million project, do we have a fully funded capital plan besides the bonds, the loans, and possible sewer rate increases?
So we don't have a current estimate. That's what the conceptual design will allow us to do. It'll then allow us to evaluate funding, but that would be the same case here at City Hall North, is that we would have to demolish this site as it is not adequate to host multiple stories. So you would still have to fund a whole new City Hall at this City Hall North location. So no, we don't have that. And then in looking at other priorities, as a reminder, your water and sewer enterprise funds are designed to collect funds from the resident users in order to offset the cost of the operations. So your general fund should not be subsidizing those, because that means you're not collecting enough from the users in order to pay for those costs.
So a rate increase would have to happen, is what I'm hearing here?
Only if you're planning to change the operations of the water and sewer enterprise fund.
And that'll depend too on what we do from the feasibility study.
So water will pay for its own costs associated with providing water service. Sewer will do the same. Your general fund doesn't have costs that it necessarily passes on, other than things like our recreation feasibility study that we presented to offset some minor costs, but otherwise it provides funding for just like general fund purposes and discretionary purposes.
If we didn't pay for a new building, we would in the near future have to be paying for rentals on another couple, what do they call them, modulars, and looking for locations on where to put those modulars, because we cannot continue to have our employees in the space that they're in. And we need to hire people to do the jobs and walk and get away from consultants who just come to work on that one job. We need to have employees in position that have worked for the city and understand what we want.
So I'm a little challenged in that in 2020, the spatial asked for 23,870 square feet. And then now it was around 40,000 square feet. So we've added a significant amount of square footage. And then not only that, but the potential site also is showing a 6,320 square foot building for council chambers. So now we're asking to construct around 46,000 square feet, going around 3 stories. It's going to obviously take a lot of a different type of framing for construction, more durable. So the average, I did some research, and I don't know if there's contractors here to kind of tell me yes or no. Depending, it's going to be around $700 to $1,000 a square foot. So with the 46,000 square feet between 2 buildings, we're looking on, I mean, the high end, and it could change because we've seen it with the wastewater treatment plant, how materials and construction continues to increase. And we don't know where that's going to put us if we break ground in 12 months, 36 months, depending. So we're looking at easily over a $40 million project. And I mean, like, I understand we're looking at it on both sides, but we also seen tonight that the housing element is a big deal, and that site was included in our housing element, for my understanding, at some point for CX1 commercial with units on top. And I think it was around 50% of the square footage had to be covered with housing. So now that puts us in a place where we're going back to HCD. We're excluding one property already. And now if this is approved, we have to exclude another property essentially from our housing element. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. So it just really binds us. And then the city continuing to buy lots, we're taking more potential monies off of our tax roll because of the revenues that we can get on property taxes from a commercial and residential development. So I know we're kind of working off and ifs, buts, or ors, but there's a lot of factors in here, and these are all potentially going to impact us in the long run.
Yes, with regards to cost, that's going to happen no matter what. Even if you choose City Hall North, all you're avoiding is the purchase price because the $35 million purchase or construction cost will still happen. We would just need to go up 5 stories instead of 3 or 4. Yes, and which is not consistent with our downtown specific plan. So technically the city itself would have to ask for a variance. But with that said, I lost my train of thought. Darn.
But the 5 stories would be based on the confirmation that we need 40,000 square feet because 2020 was 23,000.
And we do, mind you, 2020 was right before Crossroads West was fully approved and developed. And so we did not take that into consideration at all in developing those spatial analysis. So we are now at 2026, which is 6 years later. We now have Crossroads West. We now have all of the commercial center. We now have so much more development happening on the east side that we originally did not intend. And so the strain on existing city staff continues to grow without being able to bring in additional assistance to be able to help to offset that, which is what your system development fees are designed for. We are collecting for a future city hall. And we did have that discussion last year to determine the 2 sites, and this site was deemed the preferred site.
So, is there any public comment?
Mayor, yes, we do have public comment. Sorry, Randy. I have Michael Christie first.
So a little bit about my background. Guys don't know is I'm an accredited investor, which means I've had to carry a certain net worth and a certain income and declare that to invest in hedge funds and things that aren't traditional investments. And I've invested since 2008 in out-of-state property. And just like Councilman Uribe said, the appraisal doesn't add up. $840,000. I mean, are there competing offers on the land? Is it a really hot spot right now? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Is it the guy got offers banging down the door that wants to sell it? I mean, so if building a new build is the best option and it's too much to temporarily house staff and rebuild here or across the street, make him an offer for 600,000. You know, if he doesn't. So I mean, the numbers don't add up. And you buy something for 400,000, you sell it for 175, and now you're buying it for 840, 850. It just, I have a lot of, I'm surprised they actually didn't stay tonight. A lot of residents are concerned about this. So whatever you do, make it make sense, please, because I know it's late and all that, but it doesn't add up. And if I went to people I invested with and I lost money like this, I'd be out of here. So thank you.
Randy?
My question is, I'm Randy Richardson, 3126 Stanislaus Street. But just was wondering if the city owns this building and owns the north, are you making is there a mortgage on this now, or do you own it so that in the future you'd be able to sell it once you're there?
Thank you. Do you want to answer a couple of those?
Yes, so with regards to the properties that we currently own, we would want to keep City Hall North and probably use that as open space that could be available for recreation courses, that could be available to our neighbors here at the Historical Society for maybe rotating, museum hours and to be able to display some of what they have, because it's enclosed all with the Sheriff's Department. Had it not been for that project, then we would have been easily able to go ahead and sell that off. City Hall South will no longer be needed, so that would be sold off. City Hall East is currently under a lease, but it is only a 3-year lease. So if at any time the property owner decides to sell, Of course, a new property owner would have the option of not continuing a lease and using it for their own use, and thereby displacing city staff. So that one may also have the option for us to purchase it if we wanted to, if we needed to go ahead and have that long-term commitment to be able to continue to house staff.
Thank you.
I'd also like to address the employees. I know you're housed in this building and you had to move somewhere else temporarily while we just knock this building down. How would that be for the employees? It's a lot of emotional toil. I mean, you have to get up and move and you have to probably be in a smaller space for 3 years while the construction happened, but we have this lot that's available. I understand it's a lot of money. I just had my house appraised and I was surprised how much it was appraised for. Almost 400,000 more than what I bought it for. It happens. The prices of houses and property has gone way up, and that's just how it is.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions?
I want to hear this. Is there anybody?
We didn't close public comment.
Oh, we didn't. That's
No.
right. Do we have anything online?
Yes, we do.
Oh, we do. Okay.
And then we also have a written comment that was submitted. Zoom, the person under Zoom user, I don't have a name. Can you please unmute?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Awesome. So my name is Jordan Davidson. I spoke earlier about the rezoning of parcel 3. But yeah, I want to agree with Michael. This does seem like a really gross mismanagement of funds to be able to go and say we're going to go and spend $850,000 on a property and then go and drop another $40 million on a brand new city hall when we already have a $6 million deficit on our budget. Very, very concerning. I know, again, we've seen rising sewer rates, we've seen rising water bills. The residents of this city, not just people that are coming in, but even our retirees and people that have spent their whole entire lives here that are living off Social Security, how are they going to be able to continue to pay for these rising costs? I also want to make a note too, that about the whole entire temporary workstations. I mean, we got high school kids and elementary school kids and middle school kids working in portable and learning in portable facilities, little basic campers. And I know me personally working for a small business, we have portables on site too to be able to go and take for more workers coming on or temporary workers. I mean, honestly, work, it's not always about being luxurious and having this ample amount of space. It's about getting the job done. I think honestly, this is really sounding more of like a luxury than really a necessity for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Mayor, we did have one written comment submitted. There's no one else on Zoom wishing to speak. The written comment came from Mr. Damon Mayfield. It reads, the city is currently facing a structural budget deficit of roughly $850,000. Yet instead of prioritizing financial stability, we are considering on a project that does not directly benefit residents in a meaningful way or immediate way. This raises serious concerns about fiscal responsibilities and where the council's priorities lie. Even more troubling is the history tied to this property. The city previously sold it as a loss of over $300,000, and now we are discussing reacquiring or investing in it again. That kind of decision-making reflects poorly on stewardship of public funds and undermines confidence in how taxpayer dollars are managed. At the same time, there is a well-documented pattern of reluctance when it comes to funding basic infrastructure maintenance, roads, sewer lines, and essential services that residents rely on every day. These are not optional expenses. These are fundamental responsibilities of local government. Yet we continue to hear that funding is limited when it comes to maintaining what we already have. So it is difficult to justify moving forward with a project that primarily serves internal administrative convenience rather than the broader public. A new or consolidated city hall may benefit operations, but it does not address any immediate needs of the community. This proposal feels premature and misaligned with the needs of the community, on top of simply being wasteful spending by the council. For these reasons, I urge the council to reject this item or at the very least, look into other options. Thank you. And that is all, Mayor, for public comment.
Thank you. Do you have something to add?
How many square feet is Riverbank Police Services?
That I do not know off the top of my head.
Because in the plan for 3,300, there you mentioned a potential crossover bridge connecting the two buildings. How will those two buildings connect?
It would be not police services, but
No, not
the
police.
exactly. So it would be the main city hall site. So here we go. So the main city hall site at the corner of Atchison and 3rd Street. And then there would be a paseo in between that other gray building, which is where we're looking at. So that would be a walkthrough there so that they could get to like an open public space. And then the smaller gray square, that would actually be where our new council chambers would be on the ground floor. Then the second floor would be what connects to the main city hall site.
Right, so my point would be that if we don't want to go against the downtown specific plan, we could look at going with City Hall North on top of police services to have some sort of connector like this. So I really would like to see us stay in City Hall North. The relocation process, we do have other properties where we could stay, we could do meetings and the community center. So for me, and obviously with the history of the Del Rio site. So I know for me, I do not wish to move forward with the property.
So I do want to jump onto a statement that was just read, is that we have been grossly underfunding the being able to offer services to our residents, whether that's through infrastructure, which this would become considered infrastructure. Not being able to serve them in an adequate way where we could house all of the employees that we need to be able to serve our residents as quickly and efficiently as possible is also a disservice to our residents.
So I
and
think
to our city staff.
And we 100% agree with you. I think it's just this site, the price, it's above market. We're sharing a parking lot, so we don't even get the full thing. Fortunately for us, we did lease out, City Hall East, which alleviated South. So we have been making space for our employees. That's the goal. I just don't think this is the option.
So we have been making space, but as a reminder, it's temporary and it doesn't allow for us to have additional growth. I'm not going to make assumptions, and I will privately make judgments on the decisions made in the past with the redevelopment agency because it was really out of all of our hands. What we're seeing now is just a long history. So this decision is not made in a vacuum. We've seen the timeline, the long history of needing space, I will challenge some of the comments made that it will be an immediate improvement for our residents, for staff, and many who are residents. These indirect costs for our community here that is lower income in the immediate downtown that needs a single space to visit. I mean, I'm sure you all get asked often, where is your office? And I meet them at Starbucks or Palo Santo if they're open. So I don't think there's any more time to have these conversations when we really have, and I want to let the public know, we've had discussions, we've had conversations about different properties. And so I want to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this resolution as stated.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Before we do that. So it's 840,000 and then additional 40 million to build?
We don't have an estimate for building yet. So the goal is to be able to secure the site because then we can proceed with conceptual design so that we can get that estimate.
And will we have to raise the utility and sewer costs?
No, this is not associated with providing water and sewer services to our residents.
So there's a motion.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Uribe?
No.
Councilmember Fohasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Call?
No.
Vice Mayor Pimentel?
No.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion is denied.
Right. Item 12.1, staff reports.
No comments from staff tonight.
Vice Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I did my Zoom class on communications with Lauren. We discussed different ways of how we can reach the residents, that they don't use social media and that they cannot afford the newspaper. How can we find a solution to reach anyone? I found that very interesting. Also, I had a phone conversation with Corinne Serpa Whitlow. We talked about the upcoming 250th anniversary. She is a nurse, and also she shared with me on how Prop 1 has affected funding for mental health awareness. The group she belongs to, they meet on Thursdays at 5:30 p.m., and she invited me to attend the meetings. Also, we did a Sister City Zoom meeting with Miss Ortiz and her committee, and we discussed the upcoming Mexican Independence Day dinner, so stay tuned for that. Also, St. Francis of Rome in Riverbank is doing a fundraiser. First prize is 75-inch TV. Second prize is an Apple Watch. The donation is $10 per ticket, and the raffle will be on May 3rd at the Catholic Church here in Riverbank. If you're interested, please see me for tickets, and that is all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Dipe.
Thank you, Mayor. So Food Truck Fridays are coming back. Thank you for Parks and Rec for bringing that back. It's going to be every Friday in May, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the sports complex. If you're looking for a cultural festival, Mexico Mágico is coming back May 9th at the community center from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Both of those are free events. Volt on the Go is coming to Riverbank. I'm going to read this so I don't mess this up. So Volt on the Go is a mobile industry-focused technical training that brings hands-on workforce development directly into communities using professional training systems and real industry equipment. So they're coming to Building 18, May 11th, 12th, and 13th. All of the council have the flyers. So if you know somebody that'd like to get some job ready skills at no cost, please attend this. They're going to be doing a electric relay control troubleshooting training. They have 16 spots available. 2 spots have been filled as of this morning. And happy Mother's Day to everybody. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Fosse.
First of all, I'd like to thank Love Riverbank for the event this last Saturday. It was a wonderful turnout, and I talked to several people, the project managers, and everybody was so excited with what got done. We did have several volunteers come over to the museum, and we were able to take down a couple of boards that were covering our windows. Oh, what a difference it made for us. And on top of that, they cleaned them all. Cleaned the windows, cleaned the doors, cleaned up the dust, the spider webs. Luckily, I didn't have to touch those. But we really appreciate Love Riverbank supporting us, and I really appreciate all the volunteers that worked on the projects. Riverbank Historical Society on May 9th is doing a community picnic event. Please bring a picnic to share, and we will be having a proud Riverbank Native and Southern Gospel Music Association Hall of Fame member, Herb Henry. He will be sharing heartfelt memories and stories on the front lawn, and we will be providing some drinks and some snacks, and just bring your lunch, come and sit around. It is from 11 to 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCall.
So a couple of weeks ago, I attended the StanCog meeting as the alternate for mayor. One of the big questions was the finance manager. They have received a good amount of applications and they're starting the hiring process. So they're hoping to have that person hired by the end of June. Obviously, things can change, but that is the timeline. Last week, Mayor and I attended Cal City Leader Summit in Sacramento. We did some lobbying with Assemblyman Heath Flora, and it was good timing because there was quite a few council members from other jurisdictions, and we were able to talk about the housing element. And the things that we went through today are not just happening here in Riverbank, whether they're approved or not approved. Everyone has a lot of questions about how these numbers are being allocated, how it impacts the cities and the city's creativity to achieve these standards set by the state. So we are not alone in that. I also mentioned on the March 10th meeting, my recommendations for a sphere of influence change. So I'm just reinforcing that I would like to see us expand our sphere of influence. And then we are sending out memos and posting to our social media QR codes for our communications plan with JPW, and we're looking for community feedback. We don't just want resident feedback. We also want people who own businesses in Riverbank. So I encourage everyone to please fill out that communications plan survey. Stanislaus Consolidated Fire wanted me to remind everyone to wear life jackets on the water. They've already had one call this season for no life jacket water rescue. So they do have loaners at the station. And I am working with Corinne again this year in conjunction with Parks and Rec for a life jacket drive. So if you have a Coast Guard approved life jacket that's new that you'd like to donate, please give me a call. And then lastly, I want to wish my son a happy 6th birthday because today is his birthday and in exactly an hour is when he was born. So that's all.
Thank you. Yeah, just to add more on the Cal City side, we officially have a young electeds member group. And this was a council member in Hercules and I who've been working on this for over 3 years through this organization. And so it was important for us to have, Young is under 40, by the way. And so we thought it was important to have an allies, important to have representation as, you know, as elected officials, we're seeing the brunt of everything that's going right and everything that's going wrong with policy and in our landscape. So it's very exciting. I also want to give a shout out to Love Riverbank. I mean, they've found ways to fill the gaps that we have in different holidays and events and continue to improve that. I attended the Dia de Niños with South Modesto Business United as they're looking to expand their footprint into the greater Stanislaus County area. So there's more to come on that. And we did have a successful youth info night for the upcoming cohort of our youth council. I attended the Riverbank Unified School District State of the District, and so their superintendent gave a speech about what they've seen in the last year and what we're looking forward to in the year to come. And finally, I would love to see you all at the State of the City. Some of you don't have a choice, so I'll see you all this Thursday at the State of the City. With that, we're going to go to closed session. Item 13.1, a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D. Number of cases, 1. Is there any public comment on this or online?
Mayor, there is no one wishing to speak on this item.
All right, we are adjourning to closed session. Okay, we are returning from closed session, report from item, or 14.1 report from closed session, item 13.1, direction has been given to staff. The next regular city council meeting will be on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. This meeting is adjourned.